Okay. Hello, salamanders. Hello, Hefney. Finally catch Carolyn. Hello, hello. It has been a few streams. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna hold on. We need to do 2 more bouts of mithril. Which would be 6 refined titanium, 6 golden plates, and then 30 refined mithril. Yeah. Which makes 6 mithril plates, and then we're done. We have everything we need for the 655. So, yeah, that's exciting. It's now winter, which means I believe my atmospheric filter is giving more copper. Although I can't find my atmospheric filter. It's an epic. It should be like here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, more copper. You want Iron Man? Nope. Nope. I do not enjoy Iron Man. Alright, warp garden. But yeah, this stream we won't be maxing XP. But next stream we will be. Unfortunately, I got some things I have to do. I was hoping to be able to block out this whole day and just do like a 11-hour stream and be done with it. But could not do that. So we will be finishing tomorrow. Okay. Next contest is going to be a melon contest, so let's get started. Okay, good. That way works. We are going to get a lot of milestones very quickly because of how close I left everything. they're all within 6 minutes. It's kind of crazy. Oh, right. What are you missing from garden? If you look on the left side of the screen here, we're missing 2 cocoa bean, 2 cactus, 2 netherwort, 2 pumpkin, 2 sugarcane, 2 melon, and 1 mushroom. Well, that's not what I wanted to do, but I guess I don't really care about the squash. More locked in than me, probably gonna max garden first. Well, I'm not gonna do it today. I wanted to, again, I wanted to try to do it today, but I have spur of the moment plans tonight, so. Ah, well. It's not a bad one. I'll keep netherwort. Yeah, it's not a bad one. It's either that or cocoa. I'd rather do cocoa actually through this, yeah. Now that I think about it. Actually, it's a melon contest, and melon contests are tough. So I may actually want to do... Oh, hey! Cactus 45, everybody. Cactus 45. So that's the first milestone of the day. 42 XP, 12 garden remaining. GG. Thank you, thank you. .8. I am on 1.8, yep. Hey, Ice Tea. How's it going? How's it going? Ova is Latin for eggs. That's true. What will you do once the only XP left is rabbits? Hey, how? I mean, I don't know. I can't really make the rabbits go any faster. All I can do is continue to do hoppities. So I'll probably still do hoppities, but I can't really actively go for XP if the only XP left is rabbits. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do when all that's left is hoppity. I guess I'll let you know. You feeling okay? Yeah, I'm feeling okay. What's up? What armor set do you keep swapping to when pests spawn? Well, so this is how you pest farm. So right now, I have a lot of farming fortune, which is good because I'm farming manually, but I don't have a lot of bonus pest chance, which is bad because I want to spawn a lot of pests. Luckily, it doesn't matter because I can't spawn a pest yet. If you look at the top of the screen, there's the last pest spawned, and then there's pest cooldown. When the pest cooldown is up, that means I can spawn another pest. So when that is up, I want to swap to my armor that gives me a lot of bonus pest chance. So I'm going to swap to my biohazard armor with mosquito pet. So now I have 324 bonus pest chance. That's a lot more. It's like double what I had in my fermento. And now we're going to spawn a pest in my biohazard armor. Sometimes it takes a while for a pest to spawn. There we go. Now I swap back to my fermento with rancher boots, which equips my hedgehog pet. And now I kill the pests with my hedgehog pet. Boom. Melon 45. And then I throw my fishing rod, which equips a mushroom cow, and I keep farming. And that's how I pest farm. Properties 41 XP remain, 11 from garden. GG, thank you, thank you. Yeah, do some visitors. I had a monster after a coffee with milk. That's a lot of caffeine. Oh hey, 2x enchanted melon. month is over and I haven't learned a single time. What does that mean? You haven't learned a single time? So little time. I know, we're almost done. We're almost done. I think it's probably about 8 more hours. Unfortunately, 8 hours my time would get me, I would be here till 6 p.m. and I gotta go at 4, so unless I can somehow shave 2 hours. End of the month is an exam. Ah, that is stressful. Sorry to hear. Have a Calc 3 exam today. It's also stressful. Okay, I guess I just can't drink it. You go to the hub to drink the potion? Why the hub? I was drinking them in my garden fine. What a weird game we have here. What a weird game we have here, folks. That's making me wonder if studying the right thing vectors are so monotonous. But my friend who is in love with EC also thinks vectors suck, so maybe this is just universal. I mean, I don't have helpful advice to you, because vectors are awesome. Cocoa Beans 45, everybody. Cocoa Beans 45. That's not the right digit to remove. Five times 2 XP. You're right. Only 10 XP remain in the garden. One of every milestone plus an additional wort, pumpkin, and cane. What if you were a cocoa bean? I don't know. What if you were a cocoa bean? Good question. Thank you. Thanks. Today max shellwise plus Urban. Plus foraging 48. Huge. Shellwise is very nice. Black Seagull. Nice. Also nice. Also nice. Hey, Lyra. Hey, Goblins. How's it going? I got into dungeons. How is it? Because you know how I... Also, that melon regrew super quick. You know how I feel about it. Easy but chaotic. Not a bad way of describing early dungeons. Also exactly how I described doing cactus on vectors to my friend the other night. Instead of a claymore, it was a claymowo. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Do you plan on retaking number 1 in M5 eventually? I don't know if Lucy already passed me. If she did, congratulations. If she didn't, I hope she does so soon, because I currently do feel bad. I would feel bad if I started playing M5 again, because I want her to be number 1 at least for a little bit. She did? Oh, congratulations. She's been playing. But no, I mean my stance on M5 remains the same. I'll play it when I find it fun. After holding the top 1 for years, Boosie won the top. I know. She's been going for it. Is M5 still good for money? I would say so. I guess I haven't played it in a while, but from what I've heard. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to get into a whole big race with Lucy for going for the number 1. That does not sound like a whole lot of fun to me. You're no fun. There's other stuff I want to do. I'm doing SkyBlock XP. When I'm done with this garden grind, I'm probably going to go and saddle up my real life affairs. Probably not going to play a lot of M5 during that. Thumbnail is false advertising now. Who want to get in on the class action? Well, you know what's funny is the person who makes the thumbnails is Lucy. So, if she gives me a thumbnail that says number 2 M5, I will use it. Forgot to place the 521 thumbnail? Ah, you're right. Alright, hold on. Let me go open my DMs with Lucy. One more second, sorry, I want to get to 2.5 mil. Okay. DMs with Lucy. This is a lot further up than I thought it was going to be. There they are. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. Save level 521 thumbnail. Edit. And then I will change the thumbnail to the 521, and I will change the description. Are you the number one M5 completions? Fuck me. No, I am number 2. Plushierain is number 1. Catface. How about, I still want to put the amount I have. Okay, there you go. I have updated the stream. Dreadlord Sword and first entrance run? Huge. Alright, let's do pumpkins. I'm just going to try to finish up all the milestones that we're missing right now. Fastest boss fight is entrance. I suppose you are right. But I hope you're not running entrance for money. Alright, let's select beetles. And then hopefully... Can you even make money from entrance? I don't think so. I don't think so, no. We're going to spawn this pest from pumpkins, and then we're hopefully going to finish pumpkins and netherwort with pests, and we will do cane to finish that milestone, and then we'll be done. We'll finish all 3 of them off of that, I hope. And next contest is also going to be Melon. So I'm glad I swapped off of doing compost as my spray. Can we for good streams to start again? Shut up, Zeph. Oh yeah. Can't wait for the Hoppity streams. So true, Hal. So true. Does new ever get better? Honestly, she keeps dropping out of the 10K. I'm sorry. There's a lot of farmers out there, okay? It's tough. It's a lot of competition. .135-degree angle and 328 speed best for Kane? Probably, but this is how I do Kane. And I get 19.7 BPS, so it seems pretty chill. Professional Kane or something like that. Something like that. Or Kanette. That's so true. I'm a bit of a Kanette. This could be it. Yeah, Pumpkin 45, everybody. And another Wart 45. All right, well, this is a rare moment where I go 2 at once. Boom. Every milestone is now 1 away, except for Kane, which is 2 away, but give me a couple of minutes and then Kane will also be 1 away. And then the rest of today is going to be getting as close to max as we can. But of course we'll have to wait till tomorrow to max. It's true how. We are already grass average 45, which is awesome. Grass average 45, but yeah, 45.3 in like a couple of minutes. I think before next pest spawn, like we're gonna spawn a pest right there, but then before the next one we'll have it maxed. Or sorry, we won't have it maxed, we'll have it 45. %, 99.1, 99.2, nice hound, 99.3. I'm not gonna keep going higher on the voice, I can't really do that. 99.4. 99.5. 99.6. 99.7. 99.8. 99.9. 100 and sugarcane 45, everybody. Let's go. And that means, if I could spell, every crop milestone is either 46, like these three are, or 45. And now we just need to get one more milestone on all 7 of these crops: cane, mushroom, cactus, melon, netherwort, pumpkin, and cocoa beans. Right now we're making progress on cane, obviously, it's the one I'm farming, but also on pumpkins and cactus from the fact that this plot is sprayed with tasty cheese, and netherwort because, or is it netherwort? Oh yeah, it is netherwort, sorry. I want it to be cocoa beans though, because I have my vinyl set on moth, but it was netherwort when I started that sentence. GG, thank you, thank you. Is every single visitor? Okay, no, there's one that's not rare. Ooh, those are pretty shoes. Those are pretty shoes. 1142 foraging fortune on mangrove. Damn. I'm getting up there. Okay. Hope I have enough gold carrots. I do. What, in the early stream? Yeah, I tried to wake up early so that I could get this done today, but unfortunately I got plans later in the day, so still won't finish today, but we will finish tomorrow. Hello, Kudra. Auction is temporarily unavailable. Uh-oh. That ain't good. The bazaar is temporarily unavailable. Uh-oh. That ain't good. That's great. That ain't good. Who was it this time? Who was it this time? Shaking my head. Shaking my damn head. Hello. Hello, S. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize. What happened? Auction house was disabled for a little bit, I think. I think it's back now, though. Can we play? Well, I'm kind of doing a single player thing right now. See ya. Bye. Have a good time. My special things is on Shen. Racing helmet and wizard wand right now, I believe. I'll go put a bid on one. Why don't you do dungeons? It's more fun. Well, I do a lot of dungeons, you know, 26,000 M5s, but right now we're not doing dungeons. We're doing a different thing. We're doing Garden. Warp Hub. Okay, let's go put a bid on this. Let's bid. No, I didn't want to do that. I would like to increase my bid. I would like to increase it by 75 million. Let's increase it by that. Yeah. Warp Garden. Alright. We've now placed the bid on the wizard wand. Hey Kinderfeast, how's it going? Awesome. I love to hear that. Ever crazy at the moment. 2 hearts in 2 hours is pretty damn good. Max this week? Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow, I think. It was supposed to be today, but... oh well. Tomorrow. You got past an M5? I did, yeah. Lucy passed me. Did you update thumbnail? I didn't check, to be honest. She's the one that makes the thumbnails. If she gives me a number 2 M5, I'll put it up. I hope she does something funny, like scribble out the 1. Just like write a crude 2 next to it. But yeah. It was a long time coming. And I'm glad it was Lucy and not like people who shall not be named. Should do what Squid Kid did when Techno passed him and just X out the number 1. So true. Exactly, exactly. Yo, hello Vinci. So true, Ice-T, I think? I don't know. What does that mean? What do you mean, what does that mean? What do you, what you talking about, Willis? People who shall not be named is crazy. I'm not gonna name them. They will not be named. I wouldn't do a thing like that. I would love to spawn a pest before the spray runs out, though. Okay, good. Nice, How. Very nice. Oh yeah, that's the end of the spray. Okay, let's... Why are you farming with a fungi cutter? For cultivating. I'd like to get cultivating 10 on the fungi cutter, and since I'm never going to break fungi, I level it through crops that I already have cultivating 10 on their tools. I already have a Cult 10 sugarcane hoe, and I already have a Cult 10 netherwort hoe, so whenever I farm those crops, I break out the fungi cutter. Get some cultivating on it. So true, Hal. So true. You know, I'll go pull it up on my phone. That way I can just hit the refresh button and not have to do anything else. Let's see if this updates it. Ah, I forgot to swap. Oh well. Two streams left is goated. I know, I know. We got this one and we got one more. I was hoping that it would just be this one, but I missed 41 XP left. If you go back in the stream, you can find it. I believe in you. But yeah, I was hoping to get it done today. Not in the cards though. Gonna get as close to max garden as we can today, and then we'll finish it up tomorrow. Tomorrow. Gotta practice my Canadian accent, you know? Tomorrow. What other contests are we gonna do? Let me see. Melon, and then cactus, and then probably netherwort. Well, yeah, probably netherwort. Probably cocoa and cactus. Okay, we might need to. We can maybe do a cocoa here then. I'll have to ponder. Once you're done with the garden, and sell your sacks and spend it all on fairy dyed mushroom armor. I don't know about that one. I don't know if that's a wise investment opportunity. Oh yeah, the thing ended. Let's serve these 3 visitors. Talk to my boy Philip. Get my plus 200 farm and fortune. What in the abolishment is that? He has portal dyed fairy armor, not fairy dyed mushroom armor. You know, I believe fairy dyed. Excuse me. Mushroom armor refers to mushroom armor that was dyed to be a color of the fairy armor. Because back when there were some bugs where you could dye leather armor sets with the colors of fairy/crystal armor. And those exotics are worth less because there's more of them and they are more recently obtained. so we're gonna have to do melons for a little bit of this contest because it's a melon contest, and melon contests they're tough. A lot of competition. Fairy dyed might be worth less than SkyBlock dyed armor in certain cases. It's pretty impressive. Nice, Hal. Very nice, very nice. An MS5 unlock foraging 54 last week, upgrade Moonglade artifact, and make my frog legendary. That's true. That is true. You unlock a lot. And I think legendary frog perk is useful for foraging. Okay. Where's my TPS though? Okay. Hello there, crazy rare drop. Hello, Powell. How's it going? Changed IGN? I did. That is true. Sorry for this welcome, didn't see. You're all good. You're all chill. It's fresh, I haven't been in here in a long time. I think I changed it in May. It's either May or June. So it's been a while. Holy fuck. I know, time flies. Time flies. Dangerously it flies. It flies quick. It do. I'm oft reminded. How's M5 going? I haven't done M5. I haven't done M5 since like March. And today I got passed. Today, the end of the lyraava reign over M5 completion leaderboard has ended. Let me guess, plushierain? It was plushierain. It was Lucy, yeah. Knew it. Yeah, she's still playing. She do be playing. Someone had to pass you, it was Plushy. I know, I'm very happy it was. I'm very happy it was. She was your permanent party, wasn't she? She was. Yeah, I did like most of my runs with her. It was kind of inevitable she was gonna pass me, since even when I did play M5, the majority of the runs she was in the party. She's been doing nothing but gaining on me since like 13k completions. And now we're both at 26. I do wonder how high she'll go. Because I don't think there was a chance in hell I was ever getting to like anything above 30k, so maybe she'll even go, she'll exceed it. I don't know. Although I imagine all of the people that used to ask me when I was going to get to 30k M5s are now going to ask me when I'm going to get number 1 back. So the questions, I imagine they'll stay relatively the same. But what are you going to do? You can say when Blue Sea wants. So true! Moves the end of the question. That's true. Now in both cases, win 30k M5s whenever Blue Sea wants to. When are you getting number 1 back? Whenever Blue Sea quits. I hope Lucy doesn't quit. It seems like she's gonna quit after Dungeon Breaker since she doesn't find the gameplay fun, which I get. If she doesn't find it fun, then there's no point doing it, but it'd be sad. It's awesome, what do you mean? Dungeon Breaker? I never said it wasn't awesome. All I said was that Lucy doesn't seem to like it very much. She's been in the stream, she's on record in the stream saying that she doesn't find it any fun. But I don't know, she didn't find Dungeons fun for a while, and then she came back to it. So we'll see. Rabbits soon? I have no control over that. I have no control over when Hoppy decides to stop trolling me. It seems like he's getting a lot of enjoyment out of trolling me. No, I'm joking. That shit is a buggy mess and it's gonna be boring. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's also kind of why I'm glad that she passed me now, because like if they roll Dungeon Breaker Tuesday and then she quits and then, like she was always like 1K behind me, I would feel horrible. I'd be like, no, you gotta get #1, man. You deserve it. Anyway. But to answer your question, German name. I hope Rabbit soon. I hope I open Hitman when I wake up tomorrow, or I guess it'd be a little when I wake up on what, Wednesday. And I click on Hitman and it goes new rabbit, new rabbit, new rabbit, and then I'm maxed. But excuse me, I think the odds are against me on that one. I think more than likely I do the next Hoppity and I get nothing. Maybe I get a new resident. Yeah, it's fair, Arn. The novelty might be interesting, but then it might wear off. I mean, we'll see. Who's to say? You should believe in yourself, I think. Okay, I'll believe in myself. I bet next Hoppity my immense skill at clicking on eggs will yield every single resident and every single missing mythic/divine instantaneously. I will open 30 egg hitman and you're gonna get the 2 missing divines, 1 galaxy, and the missing ones. Exactly. I'm gonna open up the 28 egg hitman and I'm gonna get every single one of the 13 rabbits I'm missing. Boom, boom, all in a row. And then the rest of the 15 extra eggs in Hitman, I'm gonna get duplicate, just a bunch of duplicate divines. I bet that's what's gonna happen. I'm fully expecting it, so I hope it happens. For some reason I thought I was doing Kane. Oh right, I got the 15x enchanted melon drop. I was like, what the hell? Why am I 600,000 over platinum? What's been your favorite XP grind? I really do like Garden. I know it sounds crazy, but I really do like Garden. This has been a lot of fun these last 2 weeks. Oh, least favorite XP grinds, like bottom 3. Ah, okay, least favorite. M7 was really far down there. Didn't enjoy that very much. Kudra might have been even further down, because, like, Boy, Kudra gameplay sucks. Well, like 1/3 of it sucks, but supplies is just not fun at all. I don't like supplies. Supplies didn't exist, so I don't think I'd hate Kudra nearly as much, or if it was just like actually playable. And then probably bestiaries. Certain bestiaries were not very fun. I think Ensign Protector wasn't super fun. It was pretty boring, but I did it like while AFK a lot of the time. Like off stream, I would just be like, all right, I'm gonna join an end lobby until I get a 4K one, and then I'm gonna go work on something else. So it wasn't horrible. Magma Boss was really long. I didn't really love Magma Boss. I was fine with Ash Fang, honestly. It wasn't that bad. Some of the fishing ones, like Fiery Scuttler and like Magma Slug, those weren't too fun. Yeah, I guess the bottom three is like M7 as a whole, Kudra as a whole, and certain annoying bestiaries. Endstone Protector, as Hal pointed out, is definitely one of them. I don't know if that was the most annoying bestiary, but eh. Oh hey, personal best. I'm gonna gain some Melon fortune. Ooh. Or Melon Slice fortune now, sorry, they renamed it. Gonna get some Melon Slice fortune. Crazy that they rename it to Melon Slice instead of Watermelon. I don't know. They're Melon Slices now. Doing anything but fixing prominent mining bugs? Sorry to hear. I don't know how bad mining is now. I haven't played it since apparently all hell broke loose. One negative bug in terms of coal mining. Interesting. What's the bug? I'm curious. So are pet bugs. Pet bugs, huh? Goblin Pet gives close to 2,000 mining speed on ores instead of the stated 250. Whoa. And Snail Pet doesn't limit speed anymore? What? That's crazy. Having positives bug still a bug. That seems crazy. Like, isn't the whole point of... It's better to have a still broken where it doesn't let you insta break blocks while falling. Bizarre. Stack Black Cat and a Fortune Pet. Yeah, we did it, chat. 3 million! 3 million melon in the contest! Sorry, that was a little goal I was going for. Woo! Now we're getting 60 melon fortune. Wow! Oh, you don't have enough mutton. What melon cap? 5 mil? Yeah, I think the caps. I think the caps are 1/3 of the amount of a milestone, or at least the big milestone. So melon would be 5 mil, mushroom would be 1 mil, cane would be. Is cane 6 or 9 mil? I think cane is 6 mil. I don't know. Check Anita. Yeah, so 1 million wheat, 3 million carrot, 3 million potato, 1 million pumpkin, 5 million melon, 1 million mushroom, 2 million cactus, 2 million sugarcane, 3 million netherwort, and 3 million cocoa beans, which is 33.33% of milestones, or at least the last milestones. Yeah. Did Fearmonger come back? Okay. Welcome back, Fearmonger. Oh, hey, 6x enchanted cactus again. Well, I guess I'll take it. Next contest is gonna be cactus. What pet should, or what crop should we do in the meantime? I think we should do wort, because cocoa beans, it's a little bit, it's not bugged, but the 3 you need. I know it's a little bit of too much of a good thing, which is rare for me. Usually it's too much of a bad thing, but this is too much of a good thing. Oops. Let's break out the fungi cutter. Let's set our max speed to 129, and let's get breaking the crops. I mean, I don't even know if I want to do the cactus contest. I mean, the 25 cactus fortune is looking really juicy, but like, I mean, how close are we on it? Fred, reminder for 655. I don't think it's been 4 hours yet, but thank you for the reminder. Cactus is 20%? Okay, it actually is fine. I can do one contest of cactus. I just shouldn't do another one. Yeah. Into contest of cacti with Anita buff. Well, I mean, I could also do two, but the problem is, like, cacti is being given from mites, and mites are being attracted from my sprayinator. So I don't really want to do a lot of cactus, because I'm going to get a lot of it passively from pests while farming other crops. And I don't really want to swap the sprayinator, because the only other spray where both of the pests it attracts I'm not maxed is compost, which is melon and sugarcane. But if you look at the best crop time, melon and sugarcane are the two crops I've made the most progress on. So I don't want to swap to compost. Competition is crazy between number 1 and number 2. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's how it always goes. And at least from my personal experience of trying to defend my number 1 position in mining for a while, and from the brief little back and forth over the span of like 4 days I had when I passed Treg in number 1 M5, it's not fun. It's fun to watch, but boy is it not fun to be one of the 2 people involved. It's very stressful, and it takes up a lot of your time. You were number 1 in mining? Yeah. A really long time ago, but I was. Let me see if I can find the screenshot. Please tell me I named this correctly. Wow, of course, I didn't name it correctly at all. Whatever, I'll find the screenshot at some point. But yeah, I was number 1 in mining back in March of 2021, right after Dwarven Mines. I was the first person to get to 500 mil overflow, which was how much Minikloon had. Which doesn't really matter so much because Minikloon doesn't show up on any of like the leaderboards, but on the server it counted, so if you wanted to say number 1 mining, you need to pass Mini. How's university? I'm graduated. I graduated undergrad, and I'm starting grad school next year. It's exciting. I'm a little nervous, but hope it goes well. Also, nice, Carolyn. Am I being pinged in chat? Someone asked if anyone wanted to do M4, and you're the M4 guy. So, you got pinged. What are you studying in grad school? Combinatorics, which is a branch of math. So I guess if you want like the other answer, I just say math, but math's pretty broad. I hope I have enough. Actually, you know what? I should call the builder. Playing Silk Song right now? Damn. Must be a good game. You ever gonna get Colt 10 in the fungi cutter? I mean, I'm I'm working on it. I'm working on it. You're seeing me work on it. I mean, there are some things I'd like to do after I max XP. I'd like to finish getting Colt 10 on all the tools, because I still need Colt 10 on 5 tools. Potato hoe, carrot hoe, wheat hoe, netherwort hoe, or sorry, fungi cutter, and cactus knife, not the netherwort hoe. So I'd love to finish Colt 10 on those. I'd like to get 10k farming weight, just because, you know, nice number, and elite farmers care about it a little bit, so I'm like, you know, whatever. And I don't know how close I'd get off of trying to get the other Colt 10 tools, so if it's not that far, you know, may as well try to get it. I'd like to get enough gemstone powder to max mole, because it is not maxed. I'm still Oh, I had another level in it, but I'm still missing 15 levels with my gemstone powder. I'm also missing these upgrades with my whispers, so I'd like to finish the whispers as well. Eventually I'd like to get 1 bill on my Crown of Avarice. Watching in school is peak. Your studies are important, Salamander. Make sure you're also paying enough attention. You should get 31.15 mil gemstone powder. Why? High but buy. High but buy. Max every perk to be maxed? Ah. Well, I have 25. I have 26, so I guess I'd need 5 mil more. So that's one of the goals. I like to get gemstone powder, I like to get whispers, I like to finish cult 10 on all the tools, I'd like to get 10k farming weight, I'd like to get 1 bill on my Crown of Avarice, I'd like to get enough money to buy all of the Shen special items, which is a racing helmet and a giant's rod. There's still some things we can do. I like to finish museum, which is buying another 3 handles, which I guess is like 2 bill. Heard 3 to 5 mil per hour is achievable now for powder because of the new chest attributes. Yeah, I know it's not going to take long at all, but it is something that I'd like to do. And I don't know how coal weight works, but because like farming weight is so easy to check, whereas coal weight, at least from my experiences, it's not as easy to check, but you know, I'm down to do some coal weight grinding perhaps. But clean hypes are 632 mil, so it's 1.8 bill for all 3 blades. It's not bad. You're a CT hater, right? I am a CT hater. Coal weight you have to check in mining cult. Surprised no one's made a website. I mean, EliteBot Dev is awesome. It's one command in a Discord. Yeah, but like... I also install the mod, but it's on chat triggers. I'm a chat trigger hater. Best way to coal weight grind is to mine gravel. Well, maybe I won't coal weight grind. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun. Gravel's a little fun if you're locked in. The only other area that in clear where racing helmet is best in slot. Where is it? It's because gravel is weighted really strongly because it used to be ass to grind, but now it's better to grind, except this coal weight hasn't updated for it. Ah. I mean, like, I'm down to go and do some grinding, because I know, like, coal weight, you can get it from mining anything, and, like, I'd love to go and mine some other stuff. I mined mycelium for a while, that was fun. I mined red sand for a while, that was kind of fun. Never done, like, netherrack. Did quartz for a little bit, but I did it back in Crimson Isle. Nice, PENULTIMATE. Over 1700. Obviously, I love mithril. Would love to do some more mithril. Don't think that's very interesting stream content, but I love mining mithril. We are going to go serve these visitors and then go to the next row, because I didn't have enough wart left to spawn a pest, so it's actually more efficient to leave and start again. Okay. You should always be efficiency maxing. No, I'm just kidding. You should always be efficiency maxing, says the person using a fungi cutter on netherwort. You know, don't think about it too hard. 3 pests. Efficiency maxing while not using LL or rag on Kudra. Yeah, exactly. You get it. I've always wondered why they picked 46 for garden milestones. Wouldn't 50 just look better? It would. It would. Originally, I have 2 theories for why it's 46. Firstly, back in the olden days, before SkyBlock XP was actually intended to be maxable, there were 2 areas of the game that were very much not intended to be maxable. One of them was Garden, and one of them was Bestiary. Bestiary used to max at 3,100 kills for a boss mob and 3.1 million for a non-boss mob, and the final milestone was 46, so it may be a tie to that. The other thing was the original Garden scaling was such that every milestone past a certain point was 50 million crops. So it just started at like 100 mil, and then it was like the next one's 150, the next one's 200, the next one's 250, the next one's 300, etc. And the milestone for getting to 1 billion was 46. So I think they just stopped it at 1 billion XP, which was milestone 46. And then when they later fixed garden scaling, they changed it. I guess they just kept the old number of XP. Either way, it's a dumb number. They should have taken the opportunity to make it 50 at max, but... So true, Krishna. Milestone 50 would also give us 8 more farming fortune. That's true, and that would be nice, but... what can you do? What can I do? What can I do? You know what I'm talking about? Remix 9. Rhythm Heaven Fever. Should custom speed of the biohazard says like a full set bonus or something? It would be nice, but oh well. I make it work. I'm gonna refresh my EliteBot dev page. I would like to submit this form again, because I didn't really submit a form. We moved up 50 positions. Holy crap. We're 52.23 now. Almost top 10k. Thank you. Yeah, I know, Zeph. I mean, we're getting close to top 10k. Any second now. Need 500 mil farming XP, GG. Oh, did I? Oh, hey. Huzzah. That's a neat milestone. Nice how. 5 more. Spend a bit of coins, got 1730 MP now. You got 24. 24 MP, very nice, very nice. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Nah, maybe not. Who knows? Who knows these things? We're gonna be doing netherwort until the tasty cheese runs out. Then we're gonna be going to cactus, and then I don't know. We gotta keep juggling. We gotta keep juggling. What is the closest? Or sorry, what is the furthest away, rather, to make progress on that. Nice, Hal. 250 more. Very nice. Is he an age down again? People be duping. If I just raw dog foraging, I get every time mythic. Damn. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. But I'm nowhere near divine. Divine's tough. Divine's tough. I think fig is easier to get divine or special than mangrove, but that's just what I've been told. I don't know, but I've been told. Hey, Alyssa. Damn, Arn, really hitting me with the skill issue, huh? That's tough. Hawk Lucas Pro Fig gets 20k on mangrove and I get 30k on mangrove. Score, not collection. Damn. Hawk Lucas, he's been here forever. He was the person I was racing back in March of 2021 for #1 mining XP. Huggoose is pro at everything. I know, it seems like he's everywhere. He's a skill grinder? That's crazy. Are you serious? Oh, I don't have potato. McCash is in the lead by 3 bill. Holy crap. That's a lot of XP. Hello, Alyssa. Are you flexing on me with your 1 bill? Oh, you're almost at 1 bill. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm dumb. The only reason I came up here early is because I wanted to swap lanes. You can get 100k mangrove because I ain't buying J-Drag. Think I can't? You can get 100k without J-Drag. You just need to have like a lot of upgraded. I mean, mangrove takes practice. Takes some getting used to. Level 4? I mean, maybe get a little higher than level 4. But it is only 2 per. Hello, Joel. Nice, How? Level 10 now. I mean, I think it's a good money-making method. I guess I'm a bit biased, but it's a little bit worse than it used to be, but then again, everything's a little bit worse than it used to be. Things are just worth less now. Deflationary economy. Shaking my head. Burned out from mining coal. Yeah, it's at least a little bit more active. Dungeons is a bit more active than some other money-making methods. Like this one, for example. How much you make per hour from M5? Well, I haven't played it recently, but M5 used to be 2 million coins a run on average, not during Paul, and 3 million coins a run per average during Paul's 25% cheaper chest price. And it depends on your runs. I mean, in my perm, you were getting 2-minute runs, so it's about like 20 to 30 runs an hour. So it's like 50 to 60 mil per hour, not during Paul, and like 80 to 90 million per hour during Paul. Things are probably worth a bit less now, so it's probably not as good anymore, but... And of course, if you're getting 4-minute runs, then you're making a lot less, but I don't really have any control over that. Party finders are just shrug. Crazy that pest farming makes more than M5. How much does pest farming make then? Oh shit, 2 RNGs and a filter? Hello. Because I don't think I'm making 50 mil per hour with pest farming right now. I mean, one shot to talk about if you use lasso and doing the whole pest shard thing was up to 45 mil an hour. Ah, yes, you're right. Assuming about 30 to 35 mil an hour. I said I was making 50 to 60. Or you mean off of pests? Because I am making about 30 to 35 mil with pest farming. Wow, Hypixel. It's quite impressive. Please share these numbers with everyone else. Will do. What do you call it? Distribute. It's a good idea to go full-time dungeon and sell everything. I like to advise against selling progression to fund progression. I like to advise against selling your fermento to buy Divin. I advise against selling your fermento to buy Necron. Because you end up losing money in taxes and just the fact that armors are worth less than what you paid for them generally. I recommend, like, if you have Fermento and you want Necron, then, like, use the Fermento to get enough coins to buy Necron, is what I like to advise. But it's up to you. It's your money, it's your items, you can do what you want with them. Also, I forgot to pop off, but yes, RNG from slugs, man. You love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Really? I don't have the carrots, huh? Well, that's a little upsetting, now isn't it? I would like to purchase some carrots, I guess. Maybe I would like to buy like 16,000. Yeah. What's the plan after maxing garden? I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm probably gonna take like a break. Hold on. No Paul M5. I might do some Paul M5, because you're right, it will probably be Paul, given how this election is going, so we may do some Paul M5. It's a little celebration that we're done with Garden, but in general, I mean, I don't really know. There are some goals I'd like to go for, as Hal pointed out. 10k farming weight, Colt 10 tools, Crown of Avarice to 1 bill, Gemstone Powder for maxing Heart of the Mountain, Forest Whispers for maxing Heart of the Forest. Just took 2 Benadryl and half a gummy. This snap gonna be awesome. Have a good night, goblins. But I don't know. In general, I don't really know what the plan is. We'll see. But I probably whatever it is, it'll probably involve me taking a break. I don't know how long of a break. Probably at least a couple of weeks. But you know, there's some stuff I'd like to put some more focus on. Which tools are you still missing cultivating 10 on? Cactus knife, fungi cutter, potato hoe, carrot hoe, wheat hoe. I love your nails. Thank you. Thank you. I love them too. They're kind of growing on me. But I don't know if I'm going to get the same thing next time. Probably going to mix it up. Who knows? Oh yeah, I wanted to update crop milestones. Crop milestones. Yeah, Wart's looking a little bit better. I haven't heard back from the truck delivering my almonds. Interesting. Joke of the day. Thank you for the joke. The punchline didn't send. It was incomprehensible. I just... I thought it was maybe just an absurdist bit. Oh, is it live chat? It's driving me nuts. Oh, because it's driving, because the truck is delivering the almonds, so it's literally like it's driving. I get it. That's a knee slapper. Yeah, Arn. This is the final garden stream. I was really trying for it to be the last garden stream, but unfortunately I got plans later in the day. Because I think from where I'm at right now, it'd take around 6 hours to max garden. And so that would take until 6 p.m. my time, and I got stuff to do at 4. I've been trying to clear my schedule out so that I don't have things scheduled in the afternoon, but sometimes, it's tough to do that for 17 days straight. Eventually you got to do some stuff in the afternoon. So, oh well. But tomorrow will be the last garden stream. We're going to get as close as we can today. And then we're going to, go from there. But I would be amazed if we weren't done tomorrow. I would be amazed, and I would be sad because 24-hour stream to celebrate. I don't think so. I don't think so. I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready for my other stuff. Tomorrow I'm getting laser done in the evening, so I gotta take care of my. Or no, I guess that's Wednesday. But either way, I gotta start taking care of my skin a little bit. I gotta get prepared. Laser for your eyes? No. That's LASIK, I think. Laser for my hair. I was really hoping I would be done today, but whatever. Because I got stuff planned every day. I got 3 doctor's appointments and I got laser and everything. What the hell is laser? Laser is short for laser hair removal, or at least if you're in the know. LASIK works with laser as well? It does. That's fair enough. And what laser hair removal is your hair grows from follicles in your skin. And so if you shave, or if you depilate, or if you epilate, or if you use a depilatory cream or anything, you're not killing the follicles, you're just killing the hair. So then the follicles grow another hair, and then the hair comes back. If you want to kill the follicles and then not have any hair come back, then you got 2 options. You have laser hair removal and you have electrolysis. Laser hair removal is shining a laser on your skin. It works really well for people with dark hair on light skin because it targets the pigment in the hair and the follicle that kills the follicle. It's a little bit of not really extreme, but it's kind of like demolishing a wall with a nuclear bomb. They just shine a very powerful laser on your skin, which tries to kill the follicles. It kills about 15% of the hair every time. So it takes a few times until you've killed most of the hair. And you schedule the appointments about a month out for your hair to go complete a full cycle before they try to kill it again. That's laser hair removal. The other option is electrolysis. And electrolysis is, because laser hair removal is about 95% effective, electrolysis is up to 100% effective. However, it's definitely more of a surgical approach, because what it does is it takes electrified tweezers and it individually tweezes every hair. So the hair is growing from a follicle, the electrified tweezers tweeze the hair, it sends an electric little shock down to the follicle, which kills the follicle, and then they yank the hair out. So you have to have that happen for every single hair on your area that you're getting electrolysis, which takes a long time because you have a lot of follicles, even in small areas. So that one takes a lot longer and is more expensive. And those are your options. If you want to not have like permanent stuff, then you have a lot of other options. You have obviously shaving, you have waxing, you have regular tweezing, you have depilatory creams like Nair, you have epilators, etc., etc., etc. But none of those are permanent. Hair expert over here. Every trans woman is. Maybe not everyone, but... How old are you? I'm 23. As a straight man, I do laser depilation on my legs and arms too. Fuck ass annoying hair. I know, it's annoying as hell. That's why I'm getting it lasered away. But yeah, laser hair removal / electrolysis is one of the more prominent forms of gender affirming care for trans women. After, of course, I guess the most prominent is HRT, but oh, I'm in a cocoa beans contest, right? Okay, we should change that. I was like, what the hell? Where are my pests? There they are. I have a midterm for microecon tomorrow, even though it's only the 3rd week. I'm so cooked. Sorry to hear that, but I believe in your ability to do well. You got this. Do you believe in any religion? No. I'm atheistic. I'm Christian. Congratulations. Lots of people are. It's quite popular. I'm BAB Sab. Hello, BAB Sab. Ever gotten any hate because you're a trans woman? Oh, yeah. Not literally all the time, but like, people get banned from the chat all the time for that. I would say like at least one person a stream comes in here to tell me how much they dislike me for existing. I get a lot more of it online than in person, because in like the people that complain about someone being trans are also the same people that are afraid to talk to the cashier. So there's not a whole lot of people that come up to me in the real world or whatever. But the world is so cooked. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I have gotten some hate. Like when I was traveling across the country, I got called a couple of slurs. But I was in places where I figured I was going to get called a slur. Like I was in like rural Tennessee. My eyes, they're bleeding. Yeah, Cactus is a little bit... It's a little bit epileptic. I'd like to apologize. But for the most part, people are chill. I mean, for the most part, people do not... I mean, okay, as a human, you're more disposed to focus on negative things than positive things, which is just kind of true for everything. It's especially true in relationships, which is all of the studies that I've seen about it. Where, you know, like a negative comment is 5 times or 7 times, I forget what the study by the husband and wife psychologists said. I forget their last name. But basically, we as humans are more negatively motivated when we see like someone we don't agree with, which is why every single social media site puts stuff that it knows is going to upset you because it makes you want to engage more, etc., etc., etc. So if there are like 10 people that give you a compliment and then one person that tells you that they hate you, you're probably going to focus more on that one. So it's tough. You got to like kind of remind yourself that there were 10 people that were not telling you that they hate you. It's tough to focus on those though. You're so casual with just a couple slurs. I mean, like, I'm not gonna call people slurs, but some people do. But it has been tough. It's been tough for me to adjust because, like, unfortunately, I'm going to use my sister as an example. My sister's been a woman her whole life. So she's pretty used to just the ambient misogyny in the world. You know, she's used to having, like, 63-year-old men at a restaurant stare at her. She's used to having people weirdly hit on her when she's trying to do her job because she's, like, a waitress. She's used to all that. She's in college and a STEM degree, and she's used to being kind of like pushed aside because not a man, so can't really do calculus at the end of the day. She's used to all that. Not saying it's good, and I'm not saying she likes it or that she's a fan of it. It's just that she's had 20 years to, well, maybe not literally 20 years, but, you know, she's had a lot of time to make her peace with it. Or at least get a little bit more accustomed to it. I don't think you ever get fully accustomed to it, but you know what I'm trying to say. Whereas I like to phrase things in funny ways. I have been a minority just for a little bit. For the vast majority of my life, I was a cisgendered straight white man, which is pretty much like kind of like winning the lottery over here in America. You're kind of set. You know, you're probably gonna get like a bullshit email job. You know, people are gonna be like, "Nice job, man." So I got kind of I got kind of used to that. I got used to people just being like, whatever, you're chill." But so I've only had like the year to get used to people being like, "You're not chill just for existing," and that's a new feeling. Unfortunately, a lot of people have had that feeling their whole life, which is very sad, but I'm not quite used to it yet, or at least not as used to it as I think someone else in my position would be. Hey Sparkies, are you attracted to men or women or both? Sexually, neither. I'm not attracted to anybody sexually. Romantically, I guess I lean more sapphic, which is like more towards romantically interested in women, but shrug. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're maxing garden tomorrow, which is exciting. But at the end of the day, Hilmer, like, I don't know. You can't control what other people do. You can only control what your response to it is. So if someone comes in here calling me a slur, I'm upset they did that, but I can't really force them to not do that. All I can do is be like, well, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And then I ban them from the chat and I move on. After you max everything, what's next? Well, I don't know. I mean, SkyBlock-wise, there's still some goals I could go for. Cultivating 10 on the tools, 10k farming weight, you know, maxing my Crown of Avarice. There's getting enough money to go buy a racing helmet. There's some stuff that I could do. I don't know if I'm going to do it immediately. I'm probably going to take a little break since I've, you know, done 16 days of garden straight. Which is, you know, I love garden, but I'm getting a little bit fatigued, I would say. So there may be a little bit of a lull in the streams. There's some other video games I'd like to play. Silksong came out. I'd love to play that. Still would love to play PLA on stream. What else? Yeah. Oh, and there's a lot of real life stuff that I like to do. So like, I should probably spend some time focusing on that. But yeah, I don't know. I'll make an announcement. I haven't put a ton of thought into it. My brain has been very focused on finish garden, finish garden, finish garden. So once I get it done, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not gonna like quit streaming and quit SkyBlock forever, but I don't know if I'm gonna be playing 9 hours of garden a day. We'll probably try to find a happy medium. Are you missing Hecatomb on any helmets? I don't think so. I mean, not literally every helmet of mine has Hecatomb 10, but like the Crimson helmet does. The every single dungeon helmet does. Like all of my golden heads and all of my diamond heads have it. My clover has it. I don't know. A lot of my helmets have it. That's what I'm trying to say. Even the stupid ass Mender crown has it. But I guess there's always more that I could go get Hecatomb 10 on. What's your opinion on the Charlie Kirk assassination? I mean, we've talked about it before quite a bit on the stream, so I don't want to like rehash old ground, but I'm a big fan of the adage treat others the way you want to be treated. I think it's a pretty chill way to live your life, you know? So I've seen how Charlie Kirk treats people like me, and so I'm inclined to treat him the same way. Now I choose not to, because if I treated him the same way as he treated other trans women, I would be jumping up and down with joy and going over to his grave and emoting on it. I'm not going to do that. I don't find any joy in that. I still haven't watched the video, nor do I really think I ever will, because I don't want to see someone die. I'm not going to get joy out of watching someone lose their life on camera. However, I don't feel particularly sad about it. It's hard for me to have any sympathy for someone who had the opinion that some people are going to die from guns, and that's just the way that the world is, and then he died from a gun on a school campus, which is exactly the kind of thing that he was defending, since most of us are kind of upset about the fact that so many people keep dying in schools. So, you know, it's tough. He also is on record saying empathy is fake and made up and does a lot of damage, so, you know, there is that too. And I always get a little upset, because oftentimes, like, when, like, just a month and a half ago, 2 Democratic lawmakers were shot in their home. And no one on the right was expected to be like, "Oh, this is so sad. This is so sad. This is not okay." I mean, when Paul Pelosi was beaten with a hammer in his own house, even Charlie Kirk was like, "That was sick. I'd love for him to try again if I post his bail," which, like, you know, is bad. I think we can agree that that's bad. And then when, you know, someone like Charlie Kirk dies, it's always like, why aren't you crying about it? I don't know. Because I don't know. I'm not happy that he's dead, but I'm certainly not sad, I guess, is what I'll say. Maybe the best quote that I can pull from is an old Mark Twain quote. Mark Twain said, "I never am actively hoping for anyone to die, but there are some obituaries that I have read with great relish." And I think that is how I feel about Mr. Kirk. You see the Trump clip? He did not care at all. Correct. Trump does not care at all. Republican politicians who constantly incite political violence, saying they suddenly condemn political violence, is the funniest part. Yeah, I mean, like... Which party had an insurrection on the Capitol building trying to overthrow a democratically elected election? I think it might have been Republicans, and they still haven't condemned it. It's been 5 years. So, I don't know. It's tough for me to take them seriously, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. 25,000 Americans die a year due to gun violence, but one dies and everyone cries. It's quite dumb. I mean, it's different when it's a guy you know. You know? Like, when Ozzy Osbourne died, I was like, that's sad, because I didn't know him. But, like, there were some of my friends that were really torn up about it, because Ozzy Osbourne is a really important part of their, I don't know, upbringing, identity, whatever you want to call it. And unfortunately, the MAGA people don't know or care about the 3 people that were killed in a school shooting the same day that Charlie Kirk was killed. They don't care about the deaths in Uvalde, you know, but they do care about Charlie Kirk because he was their guy. So I get it. I get being upset about a person dying who you, like, idolized. Empathy is weakness. Why would you care? Charlie would be disappointed. Charlie would be disappointed in me, but Charlie's disappointed in me for many reasons. Charlie is disappointed in me because I think that women have bodily autonomy and should be allowed to dictate what happens to their bodies. Charlie's upset at me because I think that if his 14-year-old daughter was raped and got pregnant, that he would force her to carry it to term, and I wouldn't. I think that's bad. So he's disappointed in me for that. He's disappointed in me because I don't own a gun. He's disappointed in me because I'm a trans woman who apparently Western society is so fragile that me existing is going to topple it. He would be upset at me for having empathy. He would be upset at me for thinking the DEI is good. He would be upset at me for thinking the Civil Rights Act was good. He would be upset at me for thinking women's suffrage was good, which is the women's right to vote. You know, he'd be upset at me for a lot of reasons, so I'm okay with if he would be upset with me for having empathy. He's already upset at me for a lot of other things. He was against celebrating the freeing of the slaves, too. Right, he would be upset at me for thinking that slaves actually had it worse than when they were freed, since he is of the opinion that black people had it better when they were slaves, which I think is... Yeah, I mean, we disagree on a lot of things. Most of them I hold to be fundamentally, like, important for me to treat you seriously as a person, you know? Like, I believe in pretty fundamental ideas that, like, everyone is a person, everyone has certain rights, everyone should be able to live their life how they want. And so, I don't think I would ever have taken Charlie seriously as a person, but, yeah. I don't think celebrating like people did is morally right. You should be able to speak your opinions and not get shot for them. Within reason. I mean, if your opinion is like, you know, I think we should have a more isolationist approach to foreign affairs, okay. But if your opinion is like all black people should be slaves again, I don't really know if that's like a valid, well, we can agree to disagree kind of thing, because, like, I don't think we can agree to disagree. And while I personally am not celebrating his death, I do understand why people are. There are plenty of people, my trans brothers and sisters, my LGBTQ at large brothers and sisters, women in general. There's a bunch of people that are living worse lives right now because of things that Charlie Kirk did and radicalized the youth to get voted in. I mean, he's always been against Roe v. Wade. He's always been against trans people existing. And he played a pivotal role in getting Trump elected. There are millions of people that live in America and the world at large, that are suffering as a result of policies that Charlie Kirk petitioned. And so I totally get being happy that he is no longer able to do those things. Hello, Sahad. I don't really buy the whole Israel conspiracy like he was killed by a Mossad agent, but I mean, it's kind of irrelevant to the point I'm making. I mean, there are plenty of people in my life, and not even like real radical leftists, as Charlie would say, pretty more centrist liberals in my life that are gonna party like there's no tomorrow when Trump dies. And I can't fault him for it. Trump has made all of their lives worse. He's played a pivotal role in making their lives worse. So it's tough for me to be like, talking about politics or any topic, although right now Charlie Kirk's assassination was brought up again. I did update the FAQ. I mean, Lucy passed me. I'm not number 1M5 anymore. It would be a lie to say I was. I know the thumbnail still lies, but whenever Lucy makes me a thumbnail that says number 2M5, I will put it up there. So I don't know. That's how I feel about the Charlie Kirk assassination. I'm very sad for his wife. I'm very sad for his kid. I mean, you shouldn't have to watch your dad die. I'm very sorry for the people in the front row that got to watch someone's carotid arteries sever in real time. That's a traumatizing experience. But I'm not sorry that he's gone at all. I feel like not celebrating is more taking a stance against violence in general, because if he died in a car crash, maybe people would be celebrating probably, including me. It is interesting. I think this is something that goes back to what I like to refer to as the banality of evil, which is that how shocking something is how much people react to it. So, like, for example, Luigi Mangione shooting the United Healthcare CEO in the street, that's shocking. That's like a big, that's an event. And you can clearly see what happened, right? Clearly, this person was shot by that person. You know, that's how it works. I think what people less see, is the fact that United Healthcare CEO championed policies that saved the company money. How does the company save money? By denying claims. Denying claims leads to people not receiving adequate care, which either leads to them dying in the hospital for their illnesses or dying as a result of not being able to screen for illnesses. I mean, if you go in for a cancer screening too late and they find out you have stage 4 metastatic cancer, you're not surviving that. However, if your earlier claim to try to get a colonoscopy so that you can actually get screened for colorectal cancer and you find it early and you can actually treat it, then you're not going to die. However, all of these things are very much like abstracted away. So no one really sees the United Healthcare CEO as killing any of these people. No one really sees Charlie Kirk as killing any trans women, even though policies that Charlie Kirk championed makes access to gender-affirming care worse. Gender-affirming care is mental health care. Not receiving mental health care, the largest symptom of that is suicide. So trans people that did not receive any health care as a result of these policies that killed themselves are seen as like, well, that's just how it is. Charlie Kirk has nothing to do with that. But Charlie Kirk does have something to do with that. Charlie Kirk has been politically violent his entire career. But people don't seem to see it the same way, which I guess confuses me. Because, like, in my opinion, or at least how I view it, the United Healthcare CEO is responsible, or at least partially responsible, for all of the people that died as a result of not receiving adequate care because of policies that he either implemented himself or wanted to implement to save money. He wasn't the one that literally, injected them with metastatic cancer and then suffocated them with a pillow, but I don't think there's a difference between that and, like, killing someone indirectly. And if you live your life in a way that the United Healthcare CEO did, where your murder investigation has 80 million suspects, like 80 million people had a reason or a motivation to kill you as far as the police are concerned, I think we should be focusing on, like, wow, that's probably a problem with not the 80 million people, but with the 1 million, with the one person, Like, who's at fault? The 80 million people that are happy that he's not there anymore, or the one person who managed to piss off 80 million people? Because it takes a lot. It takes a lot to piss people off to the point where they're okay with you dying. There's a lot of people on Hypixel I don't like. I'm not wishing that they keeled over. People that come to my chat and call me an F-slur, I'm not like, I hope you get killed in a car crash tomorrow. I'm not like that. You gotta do something pretty severe to piss off 80 million people that much. And there are certain people that exist right now that have done that. And I think perhaps you should be having a conversation about that rather than the fact that some people are happy that someone who has done a lot of damage to democratic societies is no longer doing damage to democratic societies. But that's just me. The tiny hat people, you are being very anti-Semitic, which is not great. My garden's the only thing left. I don't know. It's just how it worked out. I did everything else. I left garden for last. It was a quite a long grind that I didn't want to start until I had enough time to just completely throw at it. And here we are. Political violence things going on, I feel like it makes people scared to share the ideas of opinions, no matter if they're good or bad. I mean, maybe, but I'd like to believe that the opinions that we share should be respectful of other people as humans. Thank you for your opinion. No problem. You gonna play Dungeons again with the new stocking? Probably. I don't know. I haven't seen the alpha much, but I would imagine, yeah. Although I haven't played Dungeons in a while, so maybe I continue my hiatus. Melon's still best for money? I believe Melon is still the best for money. I believe if you want to be most efficient, then you farm melons and you pest farm with slugs as your pest of choice on your vinyl. I'm farming for milestones though, so not trying to maximize money, unfortunately. Thank you, no problem. His major role celebrities try not to get canceled as well. I don't know, and maybe my life I used to have the belief that if no one was angry at you, you were doing things right. You know, it didn't matter if people really liked you or not, it just mattered if people didn't dislike you. And that leads to a life of appeasement. That leads to a life of sacrifice and half measures at the expense of your own well-being. At least it did for me. So I'm biased, I suppose, from the life that I've lived, but some people are going to dislike you. Good night, goblins. Just for existing or just for whatever. You know? And I don't think trying to appease them is like a great... I don't think it leads to great outcomes. At least from my perspective. So, I kind of take the Pedro Pascal approach, where he's like, my sister is trans, and if you have a problem with that, you should fuck off. Because whether or not Pedro tries his best to try to appease people, they're still going to hate him for having a trans sister. So, yeah. Congrats, Hal. Very nice. And also, I'm not really interested in trying to appease people that think that I shouldn't exist, you know? There's not really like a middle ground where I'm like, hello, I'm a trans person, and then they're like, hello, I think all of you should either be imprisoned or you don't get healthcare anymore or just die. Like, I don't really care. I would take your pick. I'm gonna be like, oh well, you know, that's just, I guess we see things differently, you know. Oh well, that's the beauty of debate, is that we can debate whether or not I should be allowed to exist. Because we can't really debate whether or not I should be allowed to exist. It's not really like a middle ground to reach. Every time you talk about something controversial or don't talk at all, I just lock in. That's, I mean, fair enough. Why does an idea become hated, though? I don't know. It's kind of getting a little bit philosophical. I can give you examples. I suppose if you like, why has this idea become hated, I can give you my thought, but I think it's different for most ideas. I don't think there's really a catch-all for why a specific belief becomes hated. Why do so many people hate trans people? I would imagine it's because A, they feel a little uncomfortable in their own sexuality, which is why they were upset about gay people existing, and B, propaganda. I mean, there were Trump's campaign spent $220 million complaining about trans people. You know, that's a lot of draw. And if you're a fan of Trump, then you're probably no longer a fan of trans people because he's made it pretty clear how he feels about them. And boom. For some reason, my little 2% of the population has become national news and no one will shut the fuck up about me. Why do you hate something that's accepted by a group? Why do I hate something that's accepted by a group? What do you mean? It's not as specific as I would like to provide actual, like a rationale behind it. Yeah. I mean, it is a change. My family's also having an adjustment period. It takes getting used to, which is fine. You know, as long as you're navigating it in a way that's respectful to the human being that's going through a transition. That's the important thing. Respect on stuff so I could ask my question better. My perspective on stuff. Well, there's certain things that I don't necessarily hate. There are certain things where I just have a difference of opinion. Like fiscal policy. I think trickle-down economics does not work. As we've seen in the past 40 years of Reaganomics, people are poorer. Wealth inequality is worse. I think it's been a failure. I think capitalism kind of inevitably ends in how it is right now, which is a few companies owning everything, which stifles innovation. It stifles the ability of people to continue to make the best choice for themselves in a free market, because there's no longer a free market. Your only options are like a handful of corporations in a trench coat. And that the endless drive for infinite profits will inevitably, I mean, it has to end. It can't work. You can't have infinitely increasing profits. It's just not, we don't live in an infinite world. Like Amazon is going to run out of people to work at warehouses by 2029 because of their hiring practices, where they hire someone for a 3-month bonus, then fire them on day 88, and then they move on to another person. They're literally going to run out of people. That, I think, is untenable, and I think that's the end result of what capitalism does. So, I'm a socialist. If you're like, I actually think capitalism could work if we make these following changes, I'm not like, I hate you. I think you're dumb and you should feel bad, you know? I'm just like, okay, we disagree on fiscal policy. If you think America should be more isolationist, whereas some people view it as America should be more global, because we live in a global economy, we live in a global world, it's not just America's for Americans, you know? Then we're going to disagree on that. We're going to disagree on immigration policy, whatever. If you, however, have the opinion that transgender people are infecting society, they are eroding it away from the inside, and none of them should have health care, all of them should be put in jail, they're all mentally ill, and it's degrading Western society so much that we need to take a stand. I do hate that. But the reason why I hate it isn't because we disagree. It's because I feel like that is a disrespectful opinion to millions of people. It's kind of the same as if someone thought all black people are inferior and should be slaves again, or all women should stay in the house and not talk and they should be seen and not heard. These beliefs go against my fundamental beliefs as a human, that all humans deserve rights and all humans have freedom. So if you disagree with those ideals and you try to enact policies that adversely affect, as in harm, people, I don't like that. I would say I hate it. You know? This is what's called the paradox of tolerance, right? If you tolerate someone who is intolerant, then you have become intolerant. What do I mean by that? If I had a party where I had all my friends, I had some gay people, I had some trans people, I had some women, I had everyone, all right? They're all my friends, we're having a party, and then someone walks in and says, I think all of you are bad. I hate gay people, I hate trans people, I hate all of you, you guys are bad. And I'm like, well, we gotta be tolerant of him, you know? We gotta be tolerant. He has a right to be here. Then I have become intolerant. Because I have allowed this rhetoric, this behavior, this to enter my space. That's some big jumps, not gonna lie. What was a big jump? Oh, hey, Ice-T. Sorry. Because, like, if your complaint is that I think people just, like, maybe people don't hate trans people that much, Charlie Kirk's last words were trying to blame mass shootings on trans people in an effort to prevent trans people from getting guns. Black is a race and women are just human. Brother, if we disagree on this, you're not going to be long for this chat. Black people are human as well. They're all human. Where do you put trans and gays? Human. They're all human. I don't know how else to describe it. And humans should not be discriminated against. It's kind of like a core belief. Allegedly of all Americans, considering all men are created equal. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Yeah, I know how. And thus have the rights to liberty, justice, and the pursuit of happiness. Should trans people be locked up in insane asylums? See, I would say no. And if you would say yes, then we're gonna have a problem, I guess, because that's kind of like it's an irreparable schism. I would say yes. Really? I'm curious as to why. It's true they are human. Yep. Why do gay men adopt little boys over girls? What the hell are you talking about, buddy? Alright, Eliane. I was willing to extend a little bit of sympathy for you for the whole anti-Semitic thing, but you are unfortunately not going to be in this chat. This is a great example of beliefs that we can't have a debate on. If you think that all gay people are pedophiles and should be locked up, that's not really a thing that we can debate. How many do you think it'll take to get the last 37 XP? Well, the rabbits are probably going to take fucking forever until they add an RNG meter. The 7 XP for garden, I mean, that's going to take till tomorrow. I'm not American, so you can elaborate what is happening with trans. It's like, what happened? Well, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. It's not just American. Racism is kind of a thing everywhere. Misogyny is kind of a thing everywhere. Been into red states? I have been to many red states, yes. I lived in Texas for a while. Did they treat you poorly there? I mean, again, the people that complain about me being trans in, like, this chat, like Eliane, for example, Eliane is not going to come up to and talk to me in the real world. So I don't really get a lot of hate one-on-one. I did get more glances in red states than otherwise, but I mean, the fact of the matter is that there are red areas of every state and there are blue areas of every state. So when I was in Georgia, that's a red state, but I was in Atlanta, which is a very blue part of Georgia, so I didn't really get a lot of hate. Also, Eliane asked, what do you think the rise in gender dysphoria is? Gender dysphoria was always a thing. But back in the day, I mean, gay people have also always existed. It's not like gay people spawned 30 years ago, you know? They've kind of been here forever. The thing is that, like, they weren't really allowed to be gay. And now, they are. And they're on the forefront. And people are upset about that and think that they shouldn't exist, but they've always existed. What is red/blue part? In America, we have two political parties. We have Republicans, which are red, and Democrats, which are blue. Republicans are more conservative, meaning they would like to conserve what they view as their heritage. And Democrats are more progressive, which means they would like to see social progress. So, if you're trying to conserve 50 years ago, when gay people were killed for being gay, then you don't like gay people very much. And if you're progressive and are fine with people living their lives, then there you go. So, in general, red states are a little bit more hostile towards LGBTQ plus people. However, Texas, like a fun statistic, is that California has the most Republicans out of any state, because California is very populated. It's the most populated state, and it's not like every single Californian is Democratic. A little under half of them are Republican. So, however, if you go to San Francisco, you're probably not going to see many Republicans. Cities tend to be much more left-leaning. But that's true in every state. Even in Texas, which is quite red, if you show up to Dallas, it's going to be pretty blue. If you show up to Austin, it's going to be pretty blue. So, autism does correlate with gender dysphoria. Maybe they're more open to those kinds of ideas now. Yes, that is also true. Autism is comorbid with gender dysphoria. And back in the day, autism was also not admitted it was real. My grandfather has a train room. He has a big train collection, and he loves trains, and he buys train models, and he sets them up, and he has them all running around, and he finds it very fun. He's autistic as hell, but he will never tell you he has autism, because back in the day, back when he was a kid, you couldn't be autistic. That was bad. So everyone went, oh no, he's just a little different. He's just a little different. And now, people are actually like, okay, he's autistic. Similarly, people used to probably be like, I was born male, but I kind of like this doll. And then their father went, no, that's gay shit. And then they took the doll away, and then they beat the kid. And then the kid said, okay, I guess I can't say I like dolls anymore. And now, some people are like, okay, you like dolls, that's chill. You're your own person. You can like dolls if you want. Your chat is filled with 10-year-olds when we're talking about politics. That's how it works. That's how it goes. There's a lot of examples from history of important figures wearing men's or women's clothes when out and about. Yes. Yeah. Gender is a social construct, and it's constantly changing. Pink used to be a masculine color. Kings of England wore them. Or wore pink, you know? And then all of a sudden we decided that actually blue was masculine. But it's not like blue was always masculine. That's a social construct. We've all agreed for some reason that blue is masculine and pink is feminine, and now that's how it is. But it's not real. It's not like if you're born female, you have like a innate what do you call it? I don't know. It's not like you're like, oh, I love pink because I was born a female. That's not a thing. That's not how things work. There's a line we shouldn't cross. If you're liberal and believe in human rights, should people be able to identify as animals or have different wild neopronouns or think anything as cars or some shit? Yeah. I mean, who's it hurting? I guess is my first question. I mean, like, I don't have much hate for my other kin friends. you know? And neopronouns, I mean, it takes some getting used to, I guess, but there's a few people in the chat that use neopronouns. I've gotten kind of used to it. But if with beating it changed its idea, was he really gay? No. So the difference is that, like, if you beat a gay kid for being gay, and then he, like, lives a life, he, like, marries a wife and whatever, that doesn't mean he's not gay anymore. It just means that you've bullied him into pretending he's being someone he's not. I mean, like, for me, for example, I love math. If my family said, no, you have to hate math, you have to go to school for chemistry, you have to do chemistry. We've all been chemists, you have to be a chemist, and then I went to school, I became a chemistry major, then I got a job as a chemist. I would still like math, because that's part of who I am. I would just be kind of sad that instead of getting to do what I wanted to do, I had to go and do chemistry all day. That would be sad. There's plenty of engineers out there that hate engineering. Believe me, I went to an engineering school. I was in class with a lot of engineers. There are plenty of engineers that fucking hate engineering, but they feel like they've had to do engineering because they feel like they're not going to make any money otherwise. Art's not going to make them any money. They don't want to be a barista for the rest of their life, etc., etc., etc. But just because they got an engineering degree and are now an engineer doesn't mean that they actually like it. It doesn't mean that, like, they actually enjoy that. It just means that, you know, that's what they're doing now. That's what they feel like they've been forced to do. So I guess my view is similar to gay kids. My uncle, for example, pretty sure he's gay, but he insists he's not. But, you know, he insists he isn't, and he's not married to a man, so I guess he's not gay, but I'm pretty sure his life isn't better because he's lying to himself on his sexuality. You can be against anything, it's a free world. Again, you can be so this is, okay, we're going to talk about something now. This is called freedom of speech. You're allowed to talk about whatever you want, and you're allowed to have any opinion you want. However, those actions have consequences. For example, Elion, he had the right to say that every single gay person should be locked in an insane asylum. He has the right to say that. However, he does not have the right to continue being in this chat after saying an insane take like that. He does not have the right to continue being here. He does not have the right to have me agree that we can agree to disagree. He does not have any of those rights. So, what if I told you I'm Elion and alt and you had no idea until now? I know you're Elion and alt, since you showed up immediately after he got banned and then tried to be like, oh, he was a weird guy, wasn't he? You're not the first person to do that. You're probably the, I don't know, Arn, what is it now, like 10th person to do that? You ain't slick, Unk. You're cute. Is that perfection impossible for these people? I hope one day that they can look in a mirror and reflect. Instead, I have to be on the receiving end of their inability to come to terms with who they are. I mean, I was there. I was in the denial mines for a long time, and I'm glad I came out of it, and I hope that you can come out of it as well. Hey, Kinderfeast. What's the subject now? Oh, same old, same old. Gay people bad? That is the current opinion of certain people in the chat, yes. I cannot really understand. But hey. Classic, yeah. Oh, Jack the Cat, nice. Getting close. There's also a question of the consequence if your free speech is justified. I mean, with this reasoning, you could also be punished while saying an opinion like I support trans rights. Correct! Bye, Yam. Again, I can't control how other people react. Or sorry, I can't control how other people act. I can only control how I react. You know? If I say I support trans rights and then a transphobe walks down the street and goes, ooh, I don't want to talk to you, that's his right. He's allowed to not talk to me because of our difference in opinions, just like I'm allowed to not talk to him because of our difference in opinions. It's how the world works. This is what I should have mom, by the way. So true. We probably should have a guideline in society what reasonable consequences are for expressing an opinion. I think that there already are pretty... I mean, this is just part of how humans communicate. What makes you a human and what is humanity? This is getting very philosophical, but I feel like this is a Jordan Peterson approach to this topic, which is, I say, a pretty baseline take, and then we have to equivocate. Oh, what exactly do we mean by this? What exactly do we mean by this? I'm a little worried if you cannot define what a human is. Also, Elion, I'll see you later. I do love he used the same chat patterns. He's the only one that called what Sahad said broad, and then he called him broad again on the second account. He said the damn XD with the lowercase x. Like, if you're gonna pretend to be someone else, you may as well change your typing patterns. It makes it a little harder to distinguish. Can't wait for a first-time chat to appear in the next 20 seconds. I know, and I will have no idea it's Elion on a third account. I'll have no idea. I'll be completely blindsided. I mean, that's a good attempt. What client do you use? I use Minecraft Forge. I'm on 1.8 and I use Forge. He's on an account called R now. Can we ban him? It's so true. It does crack me up, though. He thinks all gay people are insane and should be locked up, and he's on his third account talking to a Minecraft streamer. Brother. Gotta look in the mirror. It's tough to self-reflect, but it's worth doing. You can't grow otherwise. Can we at least lock all the gay people in the same room then? So true. Do M4 players belong in an asylum? Yeah. E-Man 7, let's go! Congrats, Jack. The gay room? Yes. Sahad, there are some very interesting philosophy courses that you can take, but I'm not really gonna go down this Jordan Peterson ass line of rhetoric. A strange thing to say, Zeph. I mean, it's true though. She's the god of the lesbians. Who is Jordan Peterson? Google's like one tab down the road. Jordan Peterson is a right-wing political commentator. Not H? Ah. Okay. Touche. Ah, shit. This contest is not going well. Based on what do you decide to support or oppose an idea? On my own beliefs. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I believe that all humans have rights. And so if an idea supports that idea, then I support it. And if it opposes it, then I oppose it. If someone said, I think all gay people should be locked up, I'm going to be like, I don't support that. Shocking, I know. But, like, that builds off of a previous belief of mine, which is that gay people are people, and people deserve rights and freedoms. Alright, I can't do Jacob yet. I don't have wheat. I mean, it's kind of the same way anyone decides whether they support or oppose an idea, as if it aligns with their belief system. So true, Zeph. But what if, ludicrously outlandish scenario? Yes. Atheists. What if you were parachuting and a baby refused to pull the ripcord unless you welcome Jesus Christ in your heart? Would you welcome Jesus Christ into your heart if it meant that if you didn't, the baby would die? So true, bestie. You've got me. You got me. You won. You won your argument. You definitely don't look insane right now. Hey, Cynthia. Good in the afternoon. Okay, really hoping that I spawn main beliefs that humans are human. Again, this is just happens to be like what the topics of conversation today were about. Somehow. I don't know why, but they were. But yeah, that's a pretty core belief of mine. Humans are human and deserve rights. I'm an American. My Constitution. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. And have certain inalienable rights. The right to liberty, to property, and the pursuit of happiness. Now the property one, we can discuss that one. But the whole liberty and pursuit of happiness things, I think they were cooking on that one. So true, Zeph. So true. But yeah, belief in human rights, I think, is a pretty big belief of mine. I would hope that it's a pretty big belief of everyone. Hence why it like kind of confuses me when it isn't, because I'm pretty sure we're all human. So it kind of confuses me why some people think that other humans shouldn't deserve rights. I guess that makes me woke. But oh well. The first step is to dehumanize. That is true. That is true. A lot of right-wingers seem to have the opinion that human rights are human rights, however gay people aren't human. And that's a little crazy to me, because I'm pretty sure they're still human. Pretty sure. Last time I checked. What do you consider yourself with new terms like basic, simple? Well, I'm neither male nor straight. I'm female and ace. But I don't know if those are like new terms. Those are just like, just how I am. I guess female is pretty old. Ace, that one I guess is a little bit newer. But I could explain ace in old terms, right? Right. If the simple terms are male, female, straight, gay, I am female, not straight, not gay. There you go. I've explained it in simple, basic terms. Hope that clears things up. It should be, it's none of your concern. It is weird to ask what people's sexuality is, I think. Like, often when I meet, like, a woman for the first time, I'm not like, yo, you love sucking, like, a big cock or whatever. I'm usually just like, what's up? Because I don't know. It's not really important to me what her sexuality is. Anyway, what is ace? Ace is short for asexual. So, if someone is asexual, that means they do not experience sexual attraction to any gender. What should I do? I should do Cain. Jesus, Lyra, listen. I did not expect to hear that. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. It's just a weird question, I think. Because, like, a lot of people are like, yo, are you gay? And I'm like, dude, I didn't used to get asked if I was straight when I was back in my man days. But ace is a card. It is a card! It is a card. It's worth 1 or 11 points in blackjack. Explain that one. Straight T girls like 1 in a billion. Hey, one is in the chat right now, okay? Like, come on. We have a straight T girl in the chat right now. I know we're lucky here. We've been blessed with RNG, because they are rare. But, like, I'm pretty sure if we're gonna go back to this whole, like, things are new, I'm pretty sure asexual people have existed forever. My boy Isaac Newton, he died a virgin. He invented, like, all of calculus and physics. I'm pretty sure he could have gotten laid if he wanted to. But apparently all of history is like, man, I guess he was like a big-ass loser or whatever, couldn't even get laid. Lamau! Instead of being like, maybe he just didn't want to fuck anybody. But apparently that concept is really foreign to some people. I guess I'm clueless. How are you clueless? I'd love to elucidate. I thought I made it pretty clear. If you'd like the new age terms, then I'm female, that's the gender. I am asexual, that's the sexuality, and I'm pan-romantic. Now this is the one that starts to make the right-wingers want to kill me with a gun. But the pan-romanticism, romantic is who you're attracted to romantically, which is different than sexually. And pan means don't care. That's what pan means, don't care. That's the cheat code. So, I'm romantically interested in people. Doesn't really matter what gender they are. I'm sexually interested in nobody. It doesn't matter what gender they are. And my gender is female. I hope that, I mean, I feel like that's kind of, I don't know if I could explain it any simpler. So true, Ice-T. Out of probably 100 plus trans people I've ever spoken to, only 2 of them were straight. There aren't that many straight ones, no. But there's a few of them. I'm biflexual. Yeah, you like flexing? So true. Straight trans girls means attracted to men? Yes. Straight trans girls are attracted to men, just like straight girls are attracted to men. People who don't believe that just say straight with extra steps. That is how I once described a relationship to my mom. Because it was two of my friends. One is a trans man, one is a trans woman. And my mother looked at me like, what do I call that? And I'm like, it's straight. And then to make it, it's a straight relationship. And then to make it make it a little bit happier, I was like, it's straight with extra steps. And she laughed. And then we moved on. So much farming, you think this was grow a garden stream? So true, except it's not Roblox, it's SkyBlock. Like, what the hell? Different block. So true, Zeph, I think. So true. You're spitting on that one. I mean, I'm not trying to confuse. I'm willing to answer questions. Questions like, what is a human? That's a little bit out of what I want to talk about, since it's more of like a... I mean, that's been a philosophical question for decades. You know, Diogenes, behold, a man. A man is a featherless bird. Behold, a man held up a plucked chicken. You know? So, like, it's kind of out of the purview of the stream. But if your question is a featherless biped, you're right, thank you. A featherless biped. Behold, a man. Picture of a plucked chicken. But, like... You know, if you want to ask a question with the intent to like learn a little something about something you don't know much about, I'm happy to do it. You see that if you don't like your old gender, that it's hard to be attracted to it? Well, gender and sexuality are different. Like, I don't think my ex would like to have facial hair herself, but she did like facial hair on me. And I'm pretty sure, you know, it's kind of not the same thing. I don't think her not wanting facial hair on herself had any bearing on what she found attractive on other people. Almost top 10K. Yes, almost top 10K. What cat do you think I could Necron tank in M5? With a baby Yeti pet? I don't know. If you have a decent mage like cat of 40, because you just hit Q and then mage kills him in like 2 seconds. I don't really think you need a whole lot of Kata to be able to Necron tank, as long as you have a baby Yeti. How is Kane farming up cactus milestone? Oh yeah, I'm using a cactus knife. My bad. I was gay before I was trans, so now I'm straight. Yes. So you're a female like how? Trans, but you like call yourself female? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I identify as a woman, so I'm female. I am trans. It's not really that important in the day-to-day, you know? Like my Wendy's cashier doesn't need to know that I'm trans. She's just kind of like, what's a good name for the order? And I'm like, Lyra. And she's like, all right, ma'am, I'll have that right out. And I'm like, okay, sick. So, you know, it's just kind of how it is. I mean, in certain spaces, I am like, I'm a trans woman because those are queer spaces, you know? And that's, I'm like, I have a shared, like we're here because of this. But in a lot of the time, I'm not anywhere because I'm trans. I'm not in Wendy's because I'm trans. It's not that important to the interaction. My cat of 33 takes so many M3s to level up each time. I know, it is a grind. It is a grind. Yeah, I'm not trying to be like, what do you call it? Obtuse. I'm not trying to intentionally obfuscate the truth or my true and honestly held convictions, but like, that's just kind of how I view my gender. Neat, as long as you're happy, I guess. Thank you. I am quite a bit happier. Yeah, I know. M1PF is non-existent. That is true. M1PF does not exist. Used to be decent for recoms, but I don't think so anymore. And then if you want me to preempt the next two questions that are always asked when I say that I tell people I'm female, the next two questions that people ask are, but what bathroom do you use? Answer, I don't use public bathrooms like pretty much at all, but trans people will use the bathroom that will get them less stares and potentially hate. So I still use the male bathroom because I just kind of feel like that's the one I'm going to get less stares and less ire from, although I have been told that I'm in the wrong bathroom twice when I go into the men's bathroom, so, you know, I mean, there's not really a correct answer to that one. That's just something that every trans person navigates on their own time. And then, but don't you tell people that you're dating that you're trans? Of course. When I'm dating someone, it will be brought up. I mean, it's not going to be the first thing I say. It's not going to be my pickup line for sure, but like, before we do anything intimate, I'm pretty sure I'm going to make it known. But I find it odd that those are the two follow-up questions because, like, no one's really going to the bathroom with me, and I'm not dating anyone in the chat, so it's a weird question, but hey. What do I need to tank M5 with Baby Yeti and with DPS setup? Pretty much that. You need Necron armor, you need a damage setup, because that's how you get strength, and Baby Yeti gives you defense based on your strength, so whatever gives you a lot of strength, you put that on. So yeah, you pretty much just need a DPS setup. The DPS setup people often recommend 3/4 Necron, or 2/4 Necron with a Skeleton Master Chestplate, but I don't believe in the Skeleton Master Chestplate propaganda. And then the helmet is the gold or diamond version of the Livid head, and if you don't have one, then the gold or diamond version of a previous floor's head. And the Terminator. A Torminator. If I was used full Necron tunings and speed tuning, should I use Maxor boots or turnings fine? I also use speed tunings and Necron boots, and it's worked out fine for me so far. So that's what I would recommend, I guess. Just admit you're not getting a deep livid die soon. I will buy a Skeleton Master's Plate whenever I drop a livid die. Whenever that happens, which is probably going to be never, but maybe it'll happen. Who knows? Who knows? Can you craft your Necron boots into Maxor? Yeah, you can convert wither pieces into any other wither piece. I just don't want to. Necron boots plus speed tunings, I believe, is better for any time you're not playing Arch in M6 or Burrs / Arch in M7. Ah, interesting. I mean, there you go. I don't really know all the damage calcs for everything. It's not really my style of play. I just kind of, if I'm still able to clear, then I'm happy. Which does annoy a lot of the dungeon players. A lot of dungeon players are like, you should 10-star your Necron armor, and I'm like, nah, I don't need it. Great details in the description. Thank you. I try my best to answer all of the possible questions in the description. Not many people check it, but I appreciate that you did. You know. We need to hold something other than turn while tanking. Like, what's the best one, and what cata do I need? I think the thing that people hold is usually hype. But you can also hold a term. Shit. I don't know. Anyone in the chat know what you hold when you're M5 tanking? I've always held hype. But make sure you have a baby Yeti pet, and make sure you press your Q button for Castle Stone. When do you think you'll get max XP? Well, Garden, I'll get the last 7 that I need tomorrow. Rabbits, whenever Hoppity decides to stop fucking me. There's a chance I finish Hoppity at, like, I mean, I guess it's a chance at any point, right? I just, whenever it's spring and I click on an egg, there's a chance that I get one of the rabbits I'm missing. There's a chance I get all 3 from 3 eggs, and then I'm done. I find it unlikely. I don't think I'm going to be done with Hoppity until, like, 2026 because of how fucking rare all this shit is. 2026 would be the earliest that I'd get done, I imagine, but I don't know. So the answer, if you ignore Hoppity XP, I'm maxing tomorrow. If you include Hoppity XP, I have no clue when I'm maxing. Probably not until they add RNG meter to Hoppity, which could be a very long time. Completely off topic, what snacks would you guys have late in the night? I'm partial to chips. Because candy, whenever I had candy, nice how. Whenever I had candy, I would feel like I would want to throw up after a bit. Like if I ate like 4 or 5 servings of like M&Ms or whatever, or Oreos, I'd be like, ugh, I can't do it. But if I had like a bag of Sun Chips next to me, I never get tired of Sun Chips. It's my personal snacking to go to is Sun Chips and like I don't even know what my second in command would be. It used to be white cheddar Cheez-Its. White cheddar Cheez-Its went hard. I know how, it's exciting. It's very exciting. Did you finish Kudra last time? I think you were doing then when I was here. Yeah, I finished Kudra about 17 days ago. Snacking on some Pringles. Pringles are good. Pringles are good. But yeah, we finished Kudra up, I want to say like 17 days ago. Maybe 18, I don't remember. But I've been gardening for 16, and I think I finished Kudra right beforehand, so. I always have chocolate. Really. Over here in America, we have Trader Joe's. And Trader Joe's starts, they sell this thing called a pound plus bar. It's a pound plus a little bit of chocolate. I couldn't have one next to me because if I did, I would eat too much of it. And if I have, it's the same thing with the candy. If I have too much of it, I feel like, oh, that was a bad decision. Shouldn't have had that much candy. But I never learn. I always still eat candy. I never learn. I am only human after all. You have to get the extra % cocoa chocolate. Oh. I know. Okay, I thought you were making a joke about rabbit, like in SkyBlock, but honestly, dark chocolate makes me sneeze. The darker the chocolate, the more likely it is that I'm gonna sneeze. So, like, I'm a milk chocolate girly. I can't fuck with dark chocolate, really. That's really funny. I know, it's really annoying, actually. Like, I love tiramisu, which has chocolate, and if it's like a really nice tiramisu, it has a lot of cocoa in it, and I sneeze all the time. I've had people think that I'm like permanently sick around them because just of random shit like that. Like, she's always sneezing. She's always sneezing. It's just the chocolate. I want to do something fun in the game and make money. I've been doing Slayer/Dungeons a lot. What else is there? I like mining. I mean, so you're talking about combat a lot, and a lot of people like combat and don't like the other really grindy things. So, like, this, for example, is gardening, what you're watching right now. A lot of people don't find this fun. Mining is a little bit in between farming and combat in terms of activity. It's a little bit more active. You have a little bit more to do, but it's not as active as combat. However, I love mining. I also love farming, to be fair. Like, this is fun to me, but I like mining. People also like fishing. Yeah, people like fishing. Although fishing takes a while to get into because really only lava fishing makes money, and lava fishing requires a little bit of a setup and a lot of fishing XP, and people don't like early fishing at all. Foraging is quite fun. Foraging is really fun. And it doesn't take much to get into because of how new it is. The armor set is pretty cheap. So I guess I would say if you're interested in making money, the best would be mining. It makes a lot of money and it's not too AFK. Like, garden is very AFK. And foraging is quite active, but it doesn't make much money at all anymore, sadly. So not great for money. But mining reigns supreme as per usual. Mining is great. And there's some very helpful guides with mining. There's a Discord called Mining Cult, and there's a guide in there of like a full walkthrough of your mining progression, starting with like goblin armor and going all the way through Pendant of Divin. Foraging is really bad rates for money though. Yeah, if you want to do something for money, foraging is not your best bet. Foraging depends on if you drop chameleons or not. That's true. Dropping chameleons does make money, but that is completely up to RNG. Alright, so the goal for today is to get all of those crop times underneath an hour. Which I think is doable. Bayou fishing makes money? I guess so. You are like praying for Tiki Mask or Titanoboa Shed, but it does make some money. Without getting expensive setup, I don't mind the grind, but mining is like 3 bill. Mining takes a bit to get into, that is true. I mean, that's why I recommended the guide, because the end goal of the end game of mining is very expensive, but you can get away with cheaper setups. Farming is cheaper than mining to get into, but it makes less money and it's more AFK. But if you think you'd have some fun gardening, maybe check it out. I like it. I have fun with it. When the update dropped, I saw some videos of making 100 mil per hour with gardening. Oh yeah, or Galatea. Oh yeah. When hunting released, people were making so ungodly amounts of money from stuff. But now that it's been out for so long, you know, prices have had time to stabilize. I mean, Mangcore used to be like a few mil per, and now it's like, yeah, 200k. So there's a lot you can do in the Rift. Oh yeah, I forgot the Rifts. People love using Rift as an early game money making method since, like it's an entirely separate ecosystem. 250 millisecond mining is kind of nerfed for me. That's true. Mining's also, it is kind of ping dependent. Requires you to do the Rift is already horrible. Whatever. I was thinking 200 mil an hour for a couple hours. Holy shit, Arn. That is absurd. You were like #1 mangrove collection for a while, so I guess it makes sense, but Christ. Just begging foraging was a decent money-making method for Iron Man. I know, me too. I would love it if Moonglade Marsh or the next one like actually was decent for Iron Man money, because I'm imagining myself in Iron Man and man. Start off with some F7s. M7's a decent money-making method. So true. M7 is a decent money-making method. Requires a little bit of a setup though. In isolation it is, but considering how hard I grinded at the start of the update, I think that's very crazy. That's fair enough. There's a 1 bill Crown of Avarice on the auction house. Check the price. Okay, Avarice. There's the one. 4.38 bill. Jeepers creepers, Batman. Which number are you in the leaderboard right now? For SkyBlock level? 114. Some people are luckier with Hoppity than me. But, well. All those hours to not even be top 100, it might be over. Melon, you're such a hater. You're such a hater. Shaking my head. So where will it be after you finish this? I don't know, actually. I mean, there's currently like quite a... I don't know how many people are fully maxed, like even with Hoppity. But yeah, I don't know where I would be if I just get this last... that sucks. Hold on. I'll get these pests and then I'll go check. Okay. Hold on. I'm checking. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm a little unsteady. I fucking hate that song, but it's in my head right now. Max for me would be 0.32. 0.32 would get me tied for 102nd. And then if I got one rabbit, if I got one of the 3 rabbits I'm missing, I would be tied for 91st. You know what, let's just do all of them. And then if I got 2 rabbits, I would be tied for 70th. And if I got all of the rabbits, then I would be tied for 1st. Of which there are currently 56 people. 56 people are maxed. Do you have a cool story about your profile picture? It's not really like a cool story. It's just kind of, I mean, my old profile picture, my profile pictures throughout the years. My first profile picture was someone made me a 3D render of my Minecraft skin holding a hoe, which was like a railgun, in Quakecraft. I was holding a railgun, which is like a hoe, in Quakecraft. That's not the one I want to do. It was cool, but it was a little bit 2013 coded, and you know, it was not done professionally at all. My feet were transparent, and it was just, you know, it was a bummer. But I had it for a lot of years. It was, you know, it was a nice gift that he made for me, so I used it. Then I decided, you know what, I want to change my image a little bit. I love Pokemon, so I changed it to Detective Pikachu when Detective Pikachu came out. I love Detective Pikachu. I had Detective Pikachu looking surprised, and then I decided I was going to change it up because I get stuck in my ways. I had the same Minecraft skin for 13 years. 12 years? 12 years. So like I get a little stuck in my ways, so I decided, you know what, I'm going to change something, but I'm not going to go drastic. I'm just going to change it a little bit. So I changed it to Detective Pikachu looking a little upset. It was very similar. It was like it was from the exact same scene of the movie as well. Like 5 people noticed and all messaged me and was like, oh my god, you changed your profile picture. So then I thought, you know what, I can never change it again. Fast forward 6 years, I come out and everything. I feel like I need to make a change in my online persona. I already changed my username. I already changed my Minecraft skin. I may as well change the profile picture. So what did I change it to? Well, I made it pink because it's my favorite color, and the background is pink, but the profile picture itself is my favorite stuffed animal, which is a substitute doll from the Pokemon franchise. Here he is. Look at her. She's so cute. I mean, I can't really get her all on screen, but there she is. Wow, that's subby right there. And then I put my headphones on her. I don't know why. Just thought it was like a cool little photo. So I took the photo. I had it on my phone for like 2 years. And then when I was looking for a new profile picture, I was like, you know what? That's a good photo, but I gotta get rid of the background because the background was like my coat closet. So I was like, all right, I'll edit out the background. So I edited out the background. I made it pink, and then, you know, that's all she wrote. And that's my background. That's my profile picture, rather. That's my profile picture. So I don't know if it's like a cool story, but that's the story of why my profile picture is a substitute doll. It's a really cool story. I wasn't expecting that. No problem. I'm glad it was interesting. Detective Pikachu is such an underrated movie. The hate was so forced. I liked Detective Pikachu. I liked it. It took me a while to warm up to it, but I played the game and I wasn't expecting to like it, and then I liked it. I liked it a lot. The amiibo for Detective Pikachu is really cool, so that also helped me like it because I do collect amiibos. And then the movie was chill. People really, I don't know. I liked it. It was cool. I was like a little kid in the theater. I saw it with my family, and every time I saw a Pokemon, I was like, that's that Pokemon, that's that Pokemon, that's that Pokemon. Golurk was on the screen for like half a frame, and I was like, that's Golurk right there. That's Golurk. It's my boy. Damn, Cynthia. You're rolling in recoms. 57 legions also. I mean, I guess it makes sense. About 1 in 5. Yeah, it tracks. But yeah, I do love Pokemon. My skin for about 13 years was Darkrai from, I mean, obviously from Pokemon number 491. Is that its Pokedex number? I don't remember. I think it's 491. But I had it for many years. Which I didn't even, I mean, a lot of people thought it was because it was my favorite Pokemon, which it isn't, but Darkrai became one of my favorites just by virtue of me having the skin for like 12 years. I was looking for Pokemon skins on Skin Dex, back when people used Skin Dex to find skins, and I checked for Mewtwo, because I was like 10 or whatever. You know, I wanted to have a cool Pokemon skin, so I picked Mewtwo. Weren't any good Mewtwo skins. So then I was like, okay, what else do I pick? I went with Lapras. No good Lapras skins, believe it or not. Not humanoid enough. So then I went with Cresselia. Not any good Cresselia skins. So I thought, you know what? Cresselia didn't work. Let's try Darkrai. That's the counter to Cresselia. There was a cool skin. I picked it. That was it. For the next 12 years, that was my identity online. It's that easy. It's that easy to fall into a rut. Now, when I came out, a friend of mine commissioned some art of Lyra, because Lyra is also a Pokemon character. I didn't know that when I picked the name for myself, but Lyra is also one of the trainers in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. She's the female trainer. So he commissioned art of Lyra with a Darkrai. And then a different friend of mine took that image and made a Minecraft skin off of it. And that's my skin. When did you start playing Minecraft/SkyBlock? I started playing Minecraft in 2012, I think. I started playing Hypixel June 27th of 2013. That's when I first logged in. And then I first started playing SkyBlock. Well, I guess I mean I was helper back when SkyBlock released, so I beta tested this game, but I thought it was really dog shit, so I didn't play it on release. But I started this profile that I'm on right now in November of 2020. I've been playing off and on since then. Where's the Darkrai in your skin? Violet made the skin, and Violet only used Lyra as the reference. She didn't incorporate Darkrai into the skin. She did, however, slap a trans flag on the top of my head, but that's what she wanted to do. I mean, like, I literally can't even show it on my own skin, but if you look at like my player head, no, take off the armor. Aw, man. If you look at my player head though, you can see there's a low res trans flag on the top of my head. You can show it on your own skin if you go in your inventory. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, see, there it is. It gets a little bit under the hat. It's supposed to be Lyra wearing a dress, which you can kind of see like on this, but when I'm moving, you know, like it looks a little weird because then that's not how a dress works. Celia would have been a fitting coming out skin? Yeah, I guess so. You're not wrong. 16th Garden reference in the title. I don't know what 16th Garden is. I think, what did I make the title today? Because it is always a reference. Oh no, it isn't. I just said like the penultimate garden stream today. It wasn't even a reference. I was lazy today. Day 16 of Garden. Well, that's because it's the day 16 of Garden. I mean, if you go look at my previous lives, I've streamed once a day for the last 16 days, and today is day 16. Just a player that lives rent-free in my head. Oh, interesting. I have a few of those. 16th Garden is some level 500 non who always shows up on Twitch streamers as islands. They don't even have Max Garden. I've never seen him. I guess I'm not popular enough. Oh, sad. Bump into them all the time in Dungeon Hub. Oh, interesting. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. When it says on Twitch streamers. Oh, you're right. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I'm a YouTube streamer. Kind of the better platform. What, Twitch or YouTube? Because I might agree with you, but I might not. YouTube? Totally agree. You're based for that one. Facebook Live. Facebook Live, huh? Wow. Twitch has nicer features for streamers, but their ads are harder to block, and they have stupid policies like not allowing chat from other platforms shown on stream. What? That's cringe. Are you getting any more XP today or leaving it for tomorrow? I don't think I'm getting any more XP today. I'm trying to... Nice, how? I mean, I'm trying to make all the milestones get maxed at about the same time because, like, if I maxed Cactus right now, none of my might kills would give me any progress towards any milestones. I'd like be wasting time. So I'm not trying to max one much before another. I'm trying to max them all around the same time. And today, so like cat class average 50. Yeah, exactly, like class average 50. So I'm trying to keep them all kind of the same amount of. I mean, I'm kind of failing right now, but I'm doing a decent job. I'm gonna pat myself on the back a little bit, but yeah, I think tomorrow we'll be finishing. Today, there's like a 0% chance that I finish today. What should I go? When should I go for Avarice Crown? What main items I need before it? Well, Avarice. There's a few items in the game that are like the helmet you wear when you're doing a damage set. So like when you're wearing Crimson armor, you can wear a Crimson helmet. Or you can wear a Warden helmet, or you can wear a Crown of Avarice. So I would say don't buy a Crown of Avarice until you have a decent combat set for outside of dungeons. Because that's the only time you're ever going to be using it, is you're going to be using it as a combat set outside of dungeons. So yeah, I think Krishna might be right. If you have a burning/fiery Crimson, then look into getting Crown of Avarice. You can also use 100 mil Crown of Avarice is worse than Warden Helm. So yeah, using COA. COA is a little bit worse for damage than Warden Helmet, and it's more expensive than Warden Helmet. But if you're wearing Warden Helmet, you get capped at 200 speed, which I personally find really annoying. So I like Crown of Avarice just because I don't get nerfed on my speed. But if you're only caring about damage, Warden is better. And it's cheaper. So probably get a Warden over Crown of Avarice. Would be my recommendation. There's a Primordial Helmet as a budget option. So true. 100 mil Crown is basically the same damage as Warden. Yeah, but 100 mil Crown is still, like, I mean, it takes a while. It takes a little bit to get. But yeah, the reason why Avarice gets better the more coins that you've gotten wearing it from Scavenger. So 10 to 15 hours of ghosts. Yeah. Man, that means I'm going to have to do like 130 hours of ghosts if I want to get my one bill. Fuck, that sucks. That sucks. Oh well. Promoter's my dungeon helmet? Yeah, I feel like a golden head's got to be better than, or Terra Helm. Well, Primordial is Terra Helm. It's the upgraded Terra Helm. So once Wart gets to below an hour, Primordial's 20 mil more expensive though. Fair enough. So once Wart is less than an hour left, we'll swap to I don't know, what should we swap to? We should swap to maybe Cane? Maybe Cane? Maybe Melon? Ooh, probably Melon. Well, no, Melon goes really quick. Probably Cane. What about Greg? I have Hype and Term and Fiery Crimson with 1k MP as the next step. Greg, or am I missing stuff? I mean, it sounds like Greg is a pretty good option for you. Tuna is really cheap. I know it's really cheap right now. It's kind of crazy. With Soul Band Primordial Helmet, I'm going to use it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Go crazy. G-Jug isn't best in slot for coins / XP anymore. I think Black Cat might be better. That's crazy. End of an era. I guess it was bound to happen since like everybody was doing it as their leveling pet. Greg being bisexual is canon now. So true. We're done with cactus, or not done, but we're below an hour on cactus. We're almost below an hour on pumpkin. We're almost below an hour on wart. E-Jug is not worth it to go for. Straight to Greg. Yeah, E-Jug has very limited use. And Greg has the opposite of very limited use. Is G-Drag or Hound better for COA coins collecting? I feel like probably Hound would be better, but G-Drag would be better because if you're doing ghosts because of the extra magic find, but I mean, it's up to you. I mean, fair enough, Arn. Holy, only 7 more? I know, only 7 more XP, only 7 more. G-Drag is better than a Symbiosis perk? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, gain +5 coins per monster kill for every other unique maxed combat pet you own. Forgot about that one. Two Gregs now only. I know my third Greg is just sitting there. He's very sad. How many combat pets are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, I believe. Quick Claw Greg, so true. That's a lot of beetles. I mean, yeah, Ice-T, but like if you're going for 1 bill COA, you better already have a G-Drag. Like there's gotta be other things that you could do in the meantime. Nice trip for progression. Alright, well we can do one more contest before I gotta go, so I guess we'll figure it out. True trip. I mean, it's just skill difference. It's just skill difference. You're so close to the end. I know, tomorrow. 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 Tamara. Tamara. I love ya. Tamara. You're always a day away. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Little Orphan Annie. I know what you're saying. Figured you would. Figured you would. Yo, nice how. These will finish up tonight. I'll put the mithril plates in, and then tomorrow we will forge the 655. That's exciting. Nice how. Very nice. Oh, crap. Next contest is cactus? Oh. That kind of sucks. I'm sorry, Cynthia, I don't know why. I don't know why either. Nice how. Very nice. Okay, well, we can do this cactus contest, but then we're gonna need to, like, I mean, some anti-gay person show up, I'm bored. No, we get rid of them. We don't talk to them. I mean, I guess I do still talk to them too much. Ooh, music rune, but like, whatever. I'm learning, I'm growing. Okay, we're going to swap to compost. I'm also going to get rid of them, but too late. What would you you would like me to get rid of them instantly? Yes and no. Give me your ideal. It's funny to watch, but also annoying as hell. Yeah. I fear you're right on the money. Okay, let's swap this to... If I was on streaming, they'd be gone instantly. Yeah. Fair enough. They won't learn, and it's not like you can fix being woke, unfortunately. What do you mean fix being woke? Can't type. Whoa. That's not right. Holy shit, there's a 1,000 cap? Why? Why'd they make the cap 1,000? I mean, there's homophobes who think gay people are a disease and need to be fixed by therapy and stuff. That's true. So you mean like I can't change their hearts and minds to not be weird freaks like that think that like all gay people should be thrown into conversion therapy hell? Yeah, fair enough. I'm not jaded enough yet. I'm getting more jaded every day, I suppose, but like I'm not jaded enough yet. I mean, there are some people that come in and I'm like, all right, that guy's a ban, like from the rip. But there's a few where I'm like, I don't know, this could go either way. Nice how. Very nice. How much you made these 16 days with Garden? It's hard to say, because I've done every visitor, which some of those are losing money. And I've spent a lot of money, so I don't know how much money I've just increased my purse by. Probably like a couple $100 mil that I just like have thrown away on random shit. But I have about $500 million in copper. I've made about 500 million coins in copper, and my sacks are worth about 1.8 bill more than they were at the beginning. So I'm inclined to believe it's between 2 and 2.5 bill that I've made in these last 16 days, which isn't great for 16 days of how much I've been playing, but it's not bad for Garden. $3.7 bill? Yeah, 3.7 bill in sacks. So that's insta-sell though, so like would be a little bit more if I set up sell offers. Oh, and pests. I mean, I have 6,000 pests now, which I don't know how much money that is if I were to sell biohazard armor or pest hunter artifacts or whatever. I imagine it's some amount of money. So add that to the total. And then also all these shards. How much is 1,000 pest shards? Oh wow, that's just very different. 1,000, it's like 70 mil maybe. It's not bad. Might be a little bit more if I fuse them into something else. But yeah, it's quite a bit. I'm pretty happy with it. And my purse has stayed about the same, and I've spent about 300 mil on random stuff. I bought a Priceless the Fish for 222 coins, which is 222 mil, and I just bid 77 mil, 777,777 coins on Wizard Wand. Your sacks alone can crash BZ. Maybe certain things, not everything. Do farming ain't that bad. It's semi-AFK. How much money do I need to get into it? Well, I have a very max setup. And there are like a few things that are very spendy, but like Green Thumb 5 is pretty spendy. And Perfect Parados are kind of spendy. And Mossy's kind of spendy. There's a helpful guide on Elite Bot Dev, I think, about like best upgrades. I think maybe if you have SkyHanni /FF, it'll tell you your best upgrades, like your cheapest upgrades. So that might be a helpful resource. I don't know exactly how much money you'd have to spend to get to... My max set for normal farming is about 600 mil. That's a max set. You can get away with some sacrifices, but yeah, it's... Farming becomes a little bit of spending. But if you don't mind perfects, it's like 400 mil. True. Yeah. You can get away with less, but you sacrifice some stuff. Using a flawless Parado instead of a perfect Parado saves you some money, but you have to sacrifice a couple of farming fortune. Green Thumb 4 instead of Green Thumb 5 saves you quite a bit, but it does cost you some fortune. Using Bustling instead of Mossy saves you some money. It saves you a couple 100 mil, but you lose some fortune. That's how it goes. But you can always consult /FF if you have SkyHanni installed with what is your cheapest upgrade next, which is helpful. Ooh, 15x Enchanted Melon. I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, to be honest. If we do /crop milestones, yeah, 3 minutes off the the melon milestone right there. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice, because 15 Enchanted Melons is about 375,000. Yeah, it's like 4 minutes of production, 3 to 4 minutes of production. That tracks out. But yeah, tomorrow should be like less than a 5-hour stream and we should be done by the end of it. Like, that's crazy. We're almost done. Pretty unreal. Sorry, Hal. Really? Zalx and a Ringo are here. Those are two NPCs that give you stupid ass items. Zalx gives you a mysterious crop, and a Ringo gives you the pet cake. Should we figure mangrove till foraging 54? I'm not getting the J-drag. I mean, I say mangrove, but if you're having more fun with it, I mean, whatever you find more fun. I had a lot of fun with mangrove once it got in the swing of things, but up to you. You can ignore Adam, Cynthia, but I don't know why you're getting spam added. That's weird. Up to 108 main cores? Damn. I mean, fig stones. Oh, fig stones. Still, pretty good. It's from many, many different accounts. That's so weird. Moners. Let's go. I have a 509 sweep. You're getting up there. Yeah, mangrove is really only fun if you have a lot of sweep, so. Yo, Letty Ann, welcome, welcome. Better late than never, as they say. Final garden for now? We're finishing garden tomorrow. We're finishing garden tomorrow. Which MP should a level 240 have? I mean, it depends on what you're doing. If you're level 240 that means mining, you don't need much MP. If you're level 240 that's meaning dungeons, you should probably have some MP. I don't really know like what you should or shouldn't have. My metric is if you're playing M5, you should probably have like 900 to 1,000 MP. So, shrug. I guess that's what I'd say, but I might be very uninformed. That may be a very out of touch take. Also, what the hell was that? Like, what the hell was that? That is scary, Letty Ann. Oh yeah, actually, before I forget, I've been meaning to do this for a couple of days now. It's not what I wanted to do, but hey, I guess I do have punch card. Can you rate my Crimson real quick? It's 10 out of 10, definitely. Two-fourths ancient, one-fourth renowned. Growth 5, prot 5, no recom. One has a flawless opal gemstone. It's very interesting. What's fishing like? Fishing's fun. People like it. I mean, it's just kind of like regular Minecraft fishing, except instead of fishing for like an enchanted book, you fish for like a sea walker, and then you hit it with a hype, and then you move on. Question: what texture pack do you use? Prism 16X by Lushi. It's a Refractions 50k pack. I use the rose variant. There's a lot of different variants, like a jade, a teal, a pink, but I use the rose one. Why are we in Rift? I was doing the Ubik. Mouse and 46 and all Rift crops win? Oh, never. I've had enough of doing Rift crops, I'd like to say. I would like to say that I've had enough. I don't really wish to do more Berberis. I don't wish to do more I forget the other ones. Are you a girl? Yep. Hello. You want to punch the stupid mushrooms for hours on end? No, I don't. No, I do not. I got, what is that? This is the berberis. That's the dead bushes. There's the one where you got to stare at the mushroom before it turns to a different color, and then you can click it. What else is there? There's a third one that I can't remember. Caducus. Is that it? Am I thinking of Caducus? Agaricus shroom cap. Yeah, the Agaricus shroom crap. What else is a bummer in the Rift? I like the cruxes. Nice how. I didn't like Caducus is the flowers. Oh yeah. Right. We have to chop them from the top to bottom. Half-eaten carrots. Half-eaten carrots are annoying. Living metal hearts are kind of annoying. Can you rate my PV? I don't know if I can. I don't really rate people's PVs much. I don't have much helpful advice to give, to be honest. What should I be doing with fishing as 37 with armor plus reforge plus rod plus parts? I'm so lost at fishing. Okay, well, armor-wise, the progression is sea creature armor. So at fishing 37, you should be lava fishing if you want money. So the progression for that is, well, I guess the armors works for water fishing as well, but it's sea creature armor, then thunder armor, then magma lord armor. I don't remember the requirements. You might not have enough for whatever you call it for magma lord, but you might have enough for thunder. Then reforge on the armor. So there's two fishing stats. There's fishing speed and there's sea creature chance. And so the most important thing is to get 100 sea creature chance. That's like your goal should be 100 sea creature chance. So if you're having trouble getting sea creature chance, you should use reforges that increase sea creature chance. If you're getting 100 sea creature chance and it's not a problem and you don't have enough fishing speed, then you should get some fishing speed. So that's, I mean, different reforges for the rods and for the armors give you different amounts of sea creature chance or fishing speed, and it kind of depends on, I don't know why I was holding down my mouse button, I guess because I'm just holding it next to my head. Depends on what you're missing. If you're missing sea creature chance, get like chomp or something on your rod and submerged on your armor, and if you're not, then don't put fishing reforges on any armor except Magma Lord, though. That's true, they are kind of expensive. For fishing equipment, there's one. You go Ichthyik, which is very hard to spell, into Fin Wave, into Gill Splash. Gill Splash is quite spendy. Fin Wave ain't cheap. Ichthyik is worth getting, though. And then you have your choice between a Frozen Amulet and a Thunderbolt necklace for the necklace. Gill Splash is not needed, by the way. You don't need Gill Splash, but Ichthyik is nice. And then what else was there? Rod. Okay, so for water fishing, there's one rod, and for lava fishing, there's one rod. For water fishing, the rod is called the Rod of the Sea. The Rod of the Sea is an upgraded Rod of Legends, which is an upgraded Rod of Champions, which is an upgraded Challenging Rod, which you buy from Junker Joel. That's the water rod. The lava rod is the Hellfire Rod. The Hellfire Rod is an upgraded Inferno Rod, which is an upgraded Magma Rod. So use whichever one of those that you can use with your level, because I think Hellfire is like level 40 or whatever, so you can't use that yet, but you can use a Magma Rod. And then parts. These are the parts. Now the sinker, there's not really any really good sinker, to be honest. If you're hotspot fishing, the hotspot sinker is good, but otherwise you should use the stingy sinker if you can, because it just, it consumes less bait. but it is kind of spendy. But it's nice. That's what I think would be the best sinker other than hotspot if you are doing hotspot fishing. Then for hook, there's the treasure hook and the phantom hook, and the hotspot hook. But there's not really a good hook, to be honest. You can there's not really a good hook. And then the line, the best in slot line is the Titan line, which gives you 2 double hook chance. However, it is really expensive and you don't necessarily need it from the start. So I would recommend either getting a shredded line or a speedy line. This is quite helpful for the fishing speed, and this is quite helpful if you are trying to kill mobs with your fishing rod, which some people do. Anyway, I hope that's helpful. How's it going? We're maxing garden tomorrow, but we're getting as close as we can today, and that's what's going on today. How the nails looking? They're looking good. I mean, I haven't chipped any of them, so they're looking good. I think you can be the judge. Bye, lunatic. Love them, but still prefer pink. Yeah, I like them too, but I think I will. I think I'm gonna go back to my tried and true. I don't know. We'll see. Next appointment's in a couple of weeks, so we got time to figure it out. That was thanks. Happy to help. Happy to help. And there are some accessories that give you fishing stats that are helpful, like Sea Creature Artifact. I think that one's helpful. I think a Garamu talisman / ring / artifact gives you some fishing stats as well. I guess we can check. Lore fishing. Okay, that it only matters for that. Oh yeah, I guess technically Relic of Power helps, but whatever, that's a bit much. Garamu artifact gives you some fishing speed. Fish Affinity Talisman is very cheap. It's like 90k and it gives you 10 fishing speed, so that's an important one to get. That one doesn't matter so much. Chumming Talisman's kind of nice, but it's mainly for the fishing wisdom, not so much for the 1 fishing speed. This one, do not get that one. That one is too expensive for the 1 fishing speed. Wow, there really aren't that many that get this one though. Get this one. This one's good. Hey, salamanders. It's the wrong way. Garden's so close to being done. I know, it's crazy. It is wild. I mean, it's a weird feeling to be like almost done. This grind has been... It's been a long grind. Uh-oh. Whatever. It's probably too much that I spent on that, but who cares? Gotta do the damn friendly hiker. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just a weird feeling. I've been making progress towards max XP for like months now. I think I really kind of started locking in back in like March or April, and it's September now. I mean, it's kind of wild. This has got to be top 10 sometimes someone has completed a task. I know, like, it's got to be, right? No one's ever completed a task as good as me. You're completing a task, I just shit on that Calc 3 exam. Let's go. Let's go. It didn't even know what hit it. It wasn't ready. I cooked on my bio exam. Nice. Everyone's doing well. That makes me happy. Not doing well in ELA though. Ah, well. There's always room for improvement. But I'm glad you did well in bio. Doing amazing in math either. Sorry to hear. Math's a tricky one. Much harder time in high school math classes than I've been having in college. That's true. I think that might be right. I mean, the problem is, like, not to shit on high school teachers, but my high school math teachers were not as good as my college math teachers. And having a good teacher is very important. Like when I understand it, though. I mean, that's pretty true. It is more fun when you understand it. And it takes time. I mean, like, it takes time to truly understand parts of math, which is, it's a bummer, but it is always very nice when you've read the same theorem 100 times and you're like, I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, and then you finally do a problem set and you're like, oh my god, I get it. I get it. There's going to be about 7 hours left of milestones by the end of today, and so that's about 5. Did I read the thumbnail correctly? I don't know, did you? Which part? Which is about 5 hours tomorrow, and that's chill. I can put in 5 hours tomorrow to be done. Kind of extremely nervous about how difficult college is. How hard would you say it is compared to your high school? Well, I was in, like, the equivalent of AP classes in high school, so my high school experience was quite difficult. So I'd say my college was easier. Well, I wouldn't say my college is easier, but it's a mixture of things. One, I liked doing it. I had a lot more fun in college than I did in high school. I was more excited to be in the courses, so that made it a little bit easier. And two, my first couple of years in college were not as bad as my last year of high school. My last year of high school was really rough. How many M5 comps? 26,368. Helps a ton. No problem. I think it was especially bad in high school for me. I failed that class and had to go do some remedial stuff, but Calc 1 and 2 went really well, and 3 so good so far. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. My pre-calc class was rough. My calc professor in high school, I guess back then you just call them teachers, she was not good. She was really not good. Our class did not do well. You got this, Nico. I believe in you. Picture Dorian Gray is a cool book. I have under 15% of your comps. That's crazy. That's kind of crazy to think about. 0% of your comps? Don't worry, Salamanders. A couple of days. We're done with Garden. because someone wouldn't carry me. A couple more days and then I'm done with garden. Do you think I could LCM M5 a cat of 41? I mean, you could, but I would kind of advise against it. Although I don't know the current state of LCM in M5. But at least from my perspective, M5 is, or LCMing is very expensive. And so I would encourage people to wait a bit on that one. Is Frozen Blaze with Blaze Pet viable from Master Mode? It's viable. So a lot of things are viable. But you're gonna get clowned on. There are some things in dungeons that you don't necessarily need for damage purposes, but you do need if you don't want to be laughed out of the party finder. And so, unfortunately, I think if you show up to the function with Frozen Blaze and Blaze Pet, you're gonna get kicked from the party. But there are some people that still do FB with Blaze Pet. Played with FB until Cat of 48. See, some people, some people did it. Some people made use of it. I mean, some people still make use of the Reaper Mask, giving them 600 Vitality and clear meta. But how much difference does farming versus pest farming make, roughly? I've been told that pest farming is 1.4 to 1.6 times more efficient. And that's for crop milestones. So I imagine it's even better for money purposes because, like, getting a slug to drop a legendary slug pet is an extra 5 mil in your pocket. And that's just complete, it's like way more efficient than just regular farming. So I've been told, I mean, pest farming for me right now is making 30 to 35 mil an hour. Regular farming, I think, would make about 15 mil an hour, so it's maybe even 2x efficient. I mean, I honestly don't know. It's a lot more efficient. It's a lot more efficient. Doing Paul with a good clear, the runs tend to be Blood Rush dependent. I'm so washed at Mage of the runs where I did Mage the longest. I'm sorry to hear that. That is stressful. Whenever I maged and Blood was done, like way after 300, just a bummer. Is it dependent on Forming Fortune? I don't know. I would imagine so. I don't remember how the brackets of Pest loot are calculated, but I imagine if you have more farming fortune, regular farming is better. But like, is legendary mosquito necessary or common good as well? I think common works because you're only using it for the bonus pest chance and the pest vinyls. So yeah, you can get away with using a common. Because the other perks are, yeah, the sugarcane one which doesn't matter and the primordial one which doesn't matter. So you can get away with a common. Yeah, common works fine. And it's easier to level up. So true. Kot does love maging. A skeleton pet better than wither skeleton? For arching, yeah, definitely. If you're using term. I've even been told that skeleton pet is more efficient than E-drag when you're arching, which is crazy, but that's how power creep happens, I guess. Just got 1 bill bang for the first time on either profiles I played. Let's go! Congrats, that's a big milestone. Maximum efficiency golden dragon. Didn't realize how much more damage it was going to be. It is quite helpful. Yeah, 1 bill bank. People aren't joking about how useful that is. I was LCMing with 70 mil bank the other day. Oh my god. Alia is not making it through Paul. If that's already Alia's bank. I did 1 mil damage for the first time. Huge. Huge. It's also a big milestone. Alright, please spawn a pest. Welcome back, How. Let's go. Of course it spawns it all the way back in stack. Sorry, Trip. Oh, hey, a flowering bouquet. It's kind of neat. Can I please? Thanks. Is MP the main way to get 400 crit for term? Yeah. Fortuitous is the main way of getting crit chance. You can hasty if you want, if you can't quite get 100 without it, but I recommend against it because spiritual / precise is a lot more useful. At least in dungeons. Tuning points gives you some more crit chance, although most people use tuning points for speed since they already have enough crit chance otherwise. And you can enrich. You can set your enrichments to crit chance. You can set your beacon to crit chance. Yeah, precise is just better. Shit, forgot to swap. Oh, hey, 6x enchanted sugarcane. That's quite nice. I now have 72 days cookie buff. Let's go! That's big. Oh no, you're number 2. I am. I'm number 2. Lucy passed me in M5s today. No? It is what it is. It's a long time coming. So true, Wasserhoff. That's not what I wanted to do. Do you have any idea what I should do next? Yeah, I mean, it's tough. My unhelpful answer is that you should do whatever you find fun. You gotta be fun maxing. Your goal is to reach farming 60 melon, 46 and mushroom 46. It's not bad. Yeah, Ledian, it's kind of weird. I like farming goals, though. I have a turn, should I grind money for hype or warden helmet? Well, it depends. Are you going to be doing... You don't really need a warden helmet for anything. Well, I guess if you're doing Kudra, you need a warden helmet and a term. But, like, for the most part, you're using a warden helmet outside of dungeons for combat content like slayers and stuff, and you're using the term in dungeons. Warden helmet meta for blaze skips. Yeah. So I don't know. Whatever you think is going to be more useful for you. I think hype is a lot more versatile. I think it has. I think you use it a lot more than you would a warden helmet, but warden helmet's also quite a bit cheaper than a hype. So I don't know. I fear I don't have great advice on this one. Think about grind money from farming around 700 million and maybe start E-Man Slayer if you want to. E-Man Slayer is it's an important part of progression for sure. Whatever you think is fun. There you go, Wasserhoff. Wasserhoff likes E-Man. True, E-Man 9 is nice to have if you're joining Diana parties. Hey QNRXG, how's it going? Going good, I'm glad to hear it. You? Going pretty good. We're maxing garden tomorrow. So, I mean, I'm very excited. Getting as close as we can today, and then we're gardening tomorrow, being all done with garden XP, which is effectively maxed because I don't really have any control over Hoppity. So effectively maxed SkyBlock XP tomorrow, September 16th, 2025, Pacific Standard Time. My headphones just broke for like 2 seconds to fix themselves. It is always fun when technology decides to stop working and then be like, never mind, I actually do want to work. Happens to me all the time. Gonna practice Secret Sign 7 just to feel something. Good luck. It's all fun and games until you spawn in the dungeon with 3 crypt lurkers looking at you and you get insta-killed, but I wish you luck. Just 8-shot it with a skelly. Yeah, they are tough. Alright, chat, let's claim these farming contest rewards. Throw the books in here. So Discord server to find dungeon parties. I had a tank in my party that died 4 times. Not really. I don't know if there's like dungeon specific ones anymore. It's just kind of slogging through through Party Finder. Sent you some chats from last night's M5s. Damn, they hate you. They hate you. Nah, I mean, it's funny. Everyone's sleep schedule is fucked. Skill issue, I sold at M7 at cat at 36 LCMing with the Swarm 2 Livid Dagger /J. So fucking true, man. Why doesn't everyone do that? If I just cannot send chat message mean I can't leave the dungeon? Probably your connection is timed out. That might be a /L PTL moment. Okay, chat. Well, parting is such sweet sorrow, but I will see you all tomorrow. I gotta get ready. We're going to a nice dinner with some friends, and I gotta make myself look presentable. I'm about to have some of the best Italian food of my life. Oh man, I'm excited. But you have cookie buff for 8 years. Oh my god, Abolishment, you're here. Why don't you just say something? Hey, Abolishment. But jealous. I know, I'm so excited. But yeah, it's a little bit less than 7 hours for all the farming milestones you can see on the left side of the screen there. And nice, Kudra. And pet farming is more efficient, so it's like 5 more hours of gameplay. Yeah. I mean, we're so close. Like 5 more hours of gameplay, so tomorrow we will do those 5 hours and we will be done. Also tomorrow, later today when I get back from dinner, I will take out these refined mithrils and put in mithril plates. So tomorrow, 655 will be forged, and we'll max. So that'll be max museum, max living museum, except for the wither blades, excluding Hyperion. And max garden, which is max XP effectively in SkyBlock. Wow! So tomorrow's a big day. All right. Bye, chat.